Chapter 1544. Defeating 4 people in a row. Lu Ming returned to the 10th platform. Next, it was Xia Sha's turn to challenge the Evil Moon sect. Xia Sha's expression was extremely unsightly. The young man in purple gold armor was defeated after blocking one move from Lu Ming. He did not know how much essential core Lu Ming had used up. He had no confidence in challenging Lu Ming now. However, he could not possibly go back on his promise with the young man in purple gold armor and the rest and give up on challenging Lu Ming. If he did not challenge Lu Ming, he would challenge someone else. However, there were no weaklings among those who remained. Even if he could win, he would definitely be injured. Then, the next person to challenge would definitely challenge him and he would definitely lose. Let's go all out. Xia Sha gritted his teeth. He knew that it would most likely be difficult for him to make it to the end. He might as well challenge Lu Ming and leave a good reputation. Xia Sha landed on the fighting ring and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, how about a battle between us? Lu Ming smiled faintly. He took a step forward and stepped into the fighting ring again. Buzz! Lu Ming did not waste any time. As soon as he stepped onto the fighting ring, he made a hand seal and a chaos sky-turning seal appeared in his hands. Boom! Lu Ming threw the chaos sky-turning seal at Xia Sha. Xia Sha's expression changed drastically. His body was filled with evil qi. A blood-red moon appeared in his hand and he threw it at the chaos sky-turning seal. Boom! With a deafening sound, the blood-red moon and the chaos sky-turning seal collided. It only lasted for a few breaths before it collapsed. Xia Sha himself was sent flying, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. He looked at Lu Ming in shock. He only understood how terrifying Lu Ming's chaos sky-turning seal was after personally witnessing it. What kind of attack is this? How can it be so terrifying? Xia Sha thought. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and walked towards Xia Sha. I've lost this battle. Xia Sha shouted and rushed down the fighting ring. Just like the youth in purple gold armor, he admitted defeat. These people had their own selfish motives. After taking one move, they understood that they were no match for Lu Ming. Otherwise, with their abilities, they could have taken the second move of the chaos sky-turning seal. However, they would be severely injured. It was the same as the purple gold armored youth. He was going to lose anyway, so why did he have to risk his life? If he was too injured, it would affect his cultivation. It was better to leave it to the people behind. So, just like the youth in purple gold armor, Xia Sha admitted defeat after taking a hit. This time, Lu Ming decided not to return to the platform. His gaze fell on the Jiuxiao sword sex expert. Next, you should be challenging me, right? Come down. Whoosh! With a flash of sword light, the paragon of the Jiuxiao sword sect stepped onto the fighting ring. Just like before, let's have a spar. Let's not fight to the death. The Jiuxiao sword sect disciple said. Sure. A chaos sky-turning seal appeared in Lu Ming's hand as he spoke. He did not bother to waste time and threw the seal at the Jiuxiao sword sect experts. The huge primal chaos sky-turning seal was like a mountain, completely enveloping the opponent. On such a fighting stage, it was difficult for the opponent to avoid it. He could only take it head-on. A sword cry was heard, and a brilliant sword light shot up into the sky, slashing at the chaos sky-turning seal. In the next moment, the sword radiance shattered and the primal chaos sky-turning seal came crashing down, causing the young man from Jiuxiao sword sect to spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes revealed a look of unwillingness. He did not want to be defeated like this. However, given the current situation, he did not know how many more of such attacks Lu Ming could release. Let's go all out. The Jiuxiao sword sect disciple's eyes gleamed with hatred. He became one with his sword and turned into a dazzling sword radiance, slashing at Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming's entire body was covered in the chaos domain. Another chaos sky-turning stamp appeared in his palm and he threw it at the paragon of the Zhouxiao sword sect. Not good. The heaven's favorite from the Zhouxiao sword sect was shocked and quickly retreated. He wanted to avoid it, but under the pressure of the chaos heaven flipping seal, he could not escape. Break. The paragon of Zhouxiao sword sect slashed out hundreds of times in a row. The dazzling sword radiance collided with the chaos empyrean seal, causing sparks to fly. Then, the sword chi collapsed. The paragon of Zhouxiao sword sect groaned as he was blasted off the battle platform by the chaos empyrean seal. His clothes were dyed red with blood, and his face was as pale as a sheet. After taking 2 consecutive blows from the chaos sky-turning stamp, his injuries were more serious than the previous 2. Why is Lu Ming's move so powerful? Indeed, the power is too terrifying. I can't match it at all. The key is, how many times can he use this kind of attack? He has already used it 4 times in a row. I should be reaching my limit soon. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming's gaze fell on the sovereign of the Linglong Palace. The sovereign of the Linglong Palace was an extremely beautiful woman. In fact, the disciples of the Linglong Palace were all women. Each and every one of them was a beautiful woman. The sovereign of the Linglong Palace stepped forward with a beautiful smile on her face and said, "Young Master Lu Ming, please show mercy." The fragrance was soft and tender, making people unable to bear to make a move. However, Lu Ming immediately condensed a chaos sky-turning stamp and threw it at the other party. The absolute Bowtai's expression changed. With a wave of her hand, countless flower petals appeared. The countless flower petals formed a huge hand and dragged toward the chaos sky-turning seal. However, the result was the same. The giant hand collapsed, and the beautiful woman slid 100 meters away on the fighting ring, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Young Master Lu Ming, you don't know how to be tender to women at all. The absolute beauty wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and glared at Lu Ming in a coquettish manner. Fairy's combat power is amazing. If I had been gentlemanly, I'm afraid I would have been the one who lost. Lu Ming took a step forward. The air of chaos in his palm was thick and rolling. This absolute Bowtai's combat strength was absolutely astonishing. After receiving his primal chaos sky-turning seal, her injuries were the lightest. Young Master Lu Ming, I wonder how many more moves you can use against such a powerful ultimate move? The absolute beauty said with a smile. Want you know if you try, fairy? Lu Ming smiled. Another chaos sky-turning seal was formed in his hand. The absolute Bowtai's expression was solemn as countless flower petals flew around her. The countless petals formed a 7-colored pattern, making the beautiful woman look like a goddess. Boom! Lu Ming launched his second attack, the second chaos sky-turning seal. This time, the flower petals around the absolute beauty formed a shield in front of her. The primal chaos sky-turning stamp crashed down, shattering the shield. The beautiful woman was forced to retreat to the edge of the fighting ring. Her body trembled and she spat out a mouthful of blood. It was a pitiful sight. Fairy, do you still want to try? Lu Ming said. The beautiful woman's expression changed. In the end, she sighed, turned around, and left the fighting ring. Lu Ming had defeated another person. At this moment, the entire place was silent. Lu Ming had defeated 4 people in a row. Each of them was a top-notch Heaven's Pride expert who had taken part in the party this time. However, Lu Ming had defeated 4 people in a row. In addition to the 3 people who were killed by Lu Ming previously, Lu Ming had defeated 7 such top-notch geniuses by himself this time. This was definitely the first time in 10,000 years. Lu Ming's essential core is exhausted. However, this was not the end. There were still 3 more people behind. Would Lu Ming continue to create miracles? Could these people witness the birth of a miracle? After the beauty of the Linglong Palace, it was the turn of the strongest Heaven's favorite of the Life and Death Sword sect. It was a cold-faced young man dressed in a black robe. Just by standing there casually, it was as if wisps of sword chi were bursting forth from him. He took a step forward and landed in front of Lu Ming. A powerful sword chi whizzed out and filled the fighting ring. "Make your move." The paragon of the Life and Death Sword sect spoke indifferently. He was not like the others who had agreed with Lu Ming that there would be no life and death battles, only sparring. For the Life and Death Sword sect, there was no such thing. Their swords were too dangerous. Once they struck, life and death would be decided. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless in the face of the Life and Death Sword sect's prodigy. Boom! A chaos sky-turning stamp appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he threw it at his opponent. Buzz! The combat sword was unsheathed, and a terrifying sword light cut through the void and slashed toward the chaos sky-turning seal. The dazzling sword radiance slashed at the chaos sky-turning seal, producing an ear-piercing sound. Bang! In the end, the terrifying sword light and the primal chaos sky-turning seal collapsed at the same time and dissipated into the air. Lu Ming and the paragon of the Life and Death Sword sect did not move. He blocked it. The heaven's favorite of the Life and Death Sword sect blocked Lu Ming's attack. So terrifying. The Life and Death Sword sect is indeed the Life and Death Sword sect. Such terrifying combat strength. He can actually withstand Lu Ming's attack head-on. Terrifying. The others are no match for them at all. They're not their match. I just don't know how many more of those attacks Lu Ming can release. This time, it's going to be interesting. The fact that the heaven's favorite of the Life and Death Sword sect was able to block Lu Ming's attack caused a lot of discussion. At the same time, many people were in high spirits, guessing who would win. Lu Ming was at a disadvantage because he had already fought a few people in front of him. That kind of terrifying attack had already erupted 7 times. Could Lu Ming's essential core withstand it? On the platform, the only remaining paragon from the Demon Castle and another paragon from the Heaven Seat had grave expressions. The paragon of the Life and Death Sword sect and Lu Ming were too powerful. With these two people around, they had no hope of making it to the end. I hope that both of them will be heavily injured. The Heaven's favorite from the Heaven Seat King thought to himself. Not only him, but the young man from the Demon Castle also thought so. If Lu Ming and the youth from the Life and Death Sword sect were both injured, they would have a chance. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The other party was actually able to block his chaos sky-turning seal unscathed. His combat strength was truly terrifying. Again. The eyes of the Heaven's favorite of the Life and Death Sword sect were filled with a strong desire to fight. He swung his combat sword and another terrifying sword light was aimed at Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming condensed the chaos sky-turning stamp again and clashed with his opponent. This time, it was still a draw. What a powerful sword technique. I can only increase the power of the chaos sky-turning seal. Lu Ming had an idea. He formed a seal with his hands, and another chaos sky-turning seal was formed. However, the power of the chaos sky-turning seal was 70% of Lu Ming's full power. A terrifying pressure spread out, and everyone was shocked. How is that possible? Lu Ming's attack seems to be stronger, this is unbelievable. He didn't use his full strength just now. The scene was in an uproar, and everyone was shocked. Lu Ming had used such a terrifying move, but he had not used his full strength. At this moment, he had increased the power. What was Lu Ming's limit? Boom! 70% of the power of the primal chaos sky-turning seal was blasted toward the Heaven's favorite of the Life and Death Sword sect. A thought of life and death. The Heaven's favorite of the Life and Death Sword sect uttered a cold voice. Then, sword light burst forth. He and his sword became one. A terrifying sword light slashed toward the primal chaos sky-turning seal. Boom! An earth-shattering boom was heard. The sword light and the chaos sky-turning stamp disappeared. A figure retreated to the edge of the fighting ring before he could stand still. It was the Heaven's favorite of the Life and Death Sword sect. At this moment, the Heaven's favorite of the Life and Death Sword sect had blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. I've lost. After a moment of silence, the heaven's favorite of the life and death sword sect spoke. He took a step forward and rushed down the stage, landing in the stands. Who? Secretly, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief, secretly thinking that he was lucky. The heaven's favorite of the life and death sword sect was not severely injured. If he continued to fight, he would be in trouble. That was because his true essence was really running out. He had used the chaos sky-turning stamp so many times in a row. Although he had not used his full strength, the consumption of his real essence was also amazing. After so many times, his real essence had been seriously consumed and was about to reach the bottom. With the defeat of the life and death sword sect's heaven's favorite, only 2 people remained on the platform. Next, it was the turn of the young man from the demon castle. Do you want to continue challenging me? Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the youth from the demon fortress. The young man's expression turned ugly, but at this point, he had no choice but to fight. Boom! The young man from the demon castle landed on the fighting ring, causing it to rumble. Lu Ming, I don't believe that your essential core is endless. The young man from the demon castle let out an explosive roar as his body expanded rapidly, turning into a giant ape that was dozens of meters tall. The ancient divine ape was a terrifying divine beast. Without a doubt, the true form of the young man from Demon Castle was an ancient divine ape. Moreover, it was a pure-blooded ancient divine ape, a true divine beast. Roar! The ancient divine ape let out a roar. A huge metal rod appeared in its hand and it swung it at Lu Ming. Wind Elemental Technique. This time, Lu Ming did not use the Chaos Sky-Turning Stamp. Instead, he used the Wind Element Technique. With a sway of his body, he dodged the ancient divine ape's attack. Many people were stunned. Why did Lu Ming stop attacking? Although this ancient divine ape was powerful, it was at most on the same level as Mohe. It was not even as powerful as the heaven's favorite of the life and death sword sect. Why didn't Lu Ming defeat it directly? The next moment, they all knew the answer. Lu Ming waved his hand and a pile of raw gemstones appeared. The devouring power burst out from Lu Ming's palm and began to devour the raw gemstones. He's absorbing raw gemstones to recover. His true chi can't continue, it's exhausted. Many people shouted. The eyes of the people from the Heaven Seat King and the Demon Castle lit up. Had Lu Ming's essential core finally been exhausted? Roar! The ancient giant ape was even more excited. The metal rod in its hand smashed towards Lu Ming like a storm. If he did not take this opportunity to defeat Lu Ming, he would really have no more chances. Lu Ming cast the wind element technique and his body flashed to avoid the ancient divine ape's attack. At the same time, he devoured the origin energy of the origin stone and refined it at an extreme speed. Boom! 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 The shadows of the cudgel hit the fighting ring one after another, and the fighting ring kept roaring. Lu Ming's figure flickered and shuttled through the many staff shadows, avoiding them one after another. The ancient giant ape is not good at speed. Damn it! The youth at the end of the Heaven Seat King roared in his heart. The last person at this moment, he was the most anxious one. He could not wait for the ancient ape god to blast Lu Ming off the fighting stage. It would be perfect if Lu Ming could counterattack appropriately and injure the ancient ape god. This way, he would be able to easily defeat the ancient ape god and win. However, the ancient divine ape was not good at speed. Although its attack was strong, it could not hit Lu Ming at all. Don't run! The ancient divine ape bellowed in rage. It kept smashing and sweeping its iron rod, but it could not hit Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not care and focused on devouring the refined raw stone. Junior brother Lu Ming, good luck. In the Dragon God Valley grandstand, Tian Shui and Xuaningxin were cheering for Lu Ming. Lu Ming will definitely win. The disciples of Dragon God Valley also shouted. Now, they were getting closer and closer to the final victory. Most of the Dragon God Valley disciples hoped that Lu Ming would win the final victory. It had been many years since the Dragon God Valley had won first place in the small treasure settlement. Of course, there were a few people who did not wish for Lu Ming to win. They were the people of Silver Dragon Valley and Hiyu. Being smashed down by the ancient divine ape, it's best to be smashed to death. Hiyu's eyes widened as he stared at the fighting ring. He did not wish for Lu Ming to win. Instead, he hoped that Lu Ming would be defeated or even killed by the ancient divine ape. The disciples of Silver Dragon Valley had the same idea. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. Lu Ming's movement technique was extremely fast. The ancient giant ape was not good at speed. No matter how he attacked, Lu Ming could always dodge. Just like that, the fight went on for more than 10 minutes. No, this can't go on. What's the point of Lu Ming dodging? Just declare him the loser. That's right, are we going to continue like this? The people of the demon castle started to shout. There's no rule in the treasure auction that states that you can't dodge. Movement techniques are also a type of combat power. The people of Dragon God Valley sneered in response. If this continues, when will it end? 3 days? 5 days? It's impossible for Lu Ming to absorb the origin stone to recover his essential core during the competition. The origin chi that he absorbs and refines is not as much as the consumption of his movement technique. If this goes on, the competition will not end even after 10 days to half a month. The man from the demon castle retorted. The people from Dragon God Valley looked cold and didn't say anything. Indeed, if this went on, he didn't know when it would end. Moreover, the speed of absorbing raw gemstones during the competition wouldn't be that fast. It couldn't go on like this. Who said 3 to 5 days? At this moment, Lu Ming's figure stopped. His faint voice was heard. Then, a dragon's roar was heard and he threw a punch. Boom! Lu Ming's fist collided with the ancient divine ape's metal rod and blocked the attack. You're not running? Many people were stunned. If you don't run, then you'll be defeated. The ancient divine ape roared angrily and continued to swing its iron rod at Lu Ming. It was even more powerful than before. You're the one who's defeated. Lu Ming formed a seal with both hands and a huge chaos sky-turning seal appeared above the ancient divine ape's head and pressed down on it. It's that move again. How is it possible? Didn't he use up all his true essence? How is it possible that he can use it again? Impossible. How can he absorb the raw gemstones so quickly? Many people shouted in disbelief. How could they know the wonders of the devouring power? The devouring power devoured and refined the rough stone at an astonishing speed. Although it had only been a short 10 minutes, it was enough for Lu Ming to recover by a large margin. It was enough to use 50 to 60% of the power of the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal a few times. The primal Chaos Sky-Turning Seal pressed down. That kind of pressure made the ancient divine ape's heart palpitate. He could not be bothered to attack Lu Ming. He swung the metal rod upwards. Boom! The huge iron rod struck the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal, making a violent boom. The ancient divine ape roared in anger and its huge body shook violently. It kept retreating and stomped on the ground, causing the ground to rumble. The ancient divine ape's arm trembled non-stop and it almost lost its grip on the metal rod. Blood flowed continuously from its mouth. Buzz! The sky trembled, and another Chaos Sky-Turning stamp was formed. I admit defeat. The ancient divine ape roared and its body shrank rapidly as it ran out of the fighting ring. Lu Ming smiled and waved his hand. The Chaos Sky-Turning Seal in the sky dissipated. The ancient divine ape rushed down the fighting ring. There was no need to fight anymore. Lu Ming could condense 2 Chaos Sky-Turning Seals in a row. He knew that he was bound to lose. Therefore, he might as well admit defeat. Another person. Lu Ming had lost another person. In addition to the 3 he had killed, there were already 9 top-notch geniuses who had lost to Lu Ming. And the last one, 10 people. Come, let's decide the victor. Lu Ming's gaze landed on the last person, the Heaven Seat's prodigy. The Heaven Seat King's paragon stepped onto the fighting ring and looked at Lu Ming with a grave expression. Lu Ming, although you've absorbed some raw gemstones just now, you haven't recovered much, have you? How many more moves can you make with that kind of attack? The Heaven Seat King's elite spoke, testing Lu Ming. Try it and you'll know. Lu Ming said with a smile. Of course we have to try. The eyes of the Heaven Seat King gleamed with battle intent as his body began to turn golden. There was only one last battle left. It was impossible for the Heaven Seat's paragon to give up. Perhaps Lu Ming really did not have much essential core left. He only needed to withstand a few moves to defeat Lu Ming. He had to take a gamble and fight with all his might. Heavenly King's world destruction. The Heaven Seat King's paragon's body turned golden, just like the young man in purple gold armor. His body swelled up, but the color was different. A huge golden sword appeared in his hand and he charged at Lu Ming. At that moment, a chaos sky-turning seal appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Boom! The primal chaos sky-turning stamp flew out and collided with the Heaven Seat King's paragon. Amidst the golden light, the Heaven Seat King's paragon was sent flying. The golden light around him dimmed as he spat out blood. One move and he was injured. However, the Heaven Seat King didn't give up and continued to charge forward. He was betting that Lu Ming's essential core was about to be exhausted. However, to his despair, another chaos sky-turning seal immediately appeared in Lu Ming's hands. Boom! This time, the Heaven Seat King's paragon was even more injured. Many of his bones were broken, and his body shrank again. His aura was much weaker. However, there was still a hint of stubbornness in his eyes. He didn't want to give up like this. Boom! In the sky, another huge chaos sky-turning stamp condensed. I've lost. At this moment, the Heaven Seat King's paragon spoke helplessly. He knew that he could not win. He would definitely die from Lu Ming's move. He struggled to get out of the fighting ring. Lu Ming looked on indifferently. The chaos sky-turning seal did not bombard him. After the youth from the Heaven Seat King rushed down the fighting ring, Lu Ming waved his hand and the chaos sky-turning seal disappeared. Who? Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. He had finally won. In fact, he did not have much vital essence left in his body. Chapter 1547 One-person event. This battle was not an easy win. In the face of a tag-team battle with so many experts, if he did not have a heaven-defying domain martial technique like the primal chaos sky-turning seal, it would be impossible for him to win. Unless his cultivation was one level higher. He won. Lu Ming won. The Dragon God Valley won first place. The disciples of Dragon God Valley shouted in excitement. Some people were so excited that they were trembling and tears were welling up in their eyes. This battle had been too difficult for Dragon God Valley. From the very beginning, the Tianqian sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yudu sect had been targeting the disciples of Dragon God Valley. At that time, they were angry and helpless, even thinking that they might be the first to be eliminated and not be able to participate in this time's treasure sealing assembly. However, he didn't expect the situation to turn around so quickly. When there were only 4 people left from Dragon God Valley, they began to fight back and took the initiative. In the end, when Lu Ming was the only one left, he defeated many strong enemies with his unrivaled talent and won first place. With such a huge contrast, the excitement of the Dragon God Valley disciples could be imagined. Of course, Yu and the disciples of Silver Dragon Valley all looked gloomy. However, the disciples of the 3 great sects, the Heavenly God sect, the Heavenly Universe demonic sect, and the Yudu sect, looked even more terrible. In this battle, the 3 major sects had lost everything. They had suffered a double loss. Although they had killed many people from Dragon God Valley, they were all weak and not particularly talented. However, those who died at the hands of Lu Ming and the others were all true geniuses. Many of them were heaven's favorites with medium-grade earth spiritual bodies. In particular, the 3 people who were killed by Lu Ming were geniuses with superior-grade earth spiritual bodies. They had suffered heavy losses. The people from the other sects all had complicated expressions on their faces. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on the fighting ring and on the handsome and tall figure. This time's treasure auction, in a sense, was an individual event. That was Lu Ming. Lu Ming dominated the competition alone. This had never happened since the treasure auction. The treasure settlement party this time seemed to be held solely for Lu Ming. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. In the pavilion of Dragon God Valley, the elder of the Saint Realm stepped out and laughed. He said, "Good," 3 times, which showed how excited he was. Now, it's time to give the reward. The Saint Realm elder of Dragon God Valley looked at the pavilion of the Tianshan sect. The Sage Realm elder of the Divine Sky sect flew out with an ugly expression. He unwillingly took out a jade bottle and said, "The last person to remain in this small meeting will be rewarded with 7 royal domain pills." He then threw the jade bottle to Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught it and opened it. There were 7 glittering and translucent royal domain pills inside. They were dazzling and exuded a strong medicinal fragrance. Just a whiff of the medicinal fragrance was enough to make his entire body feel comfortable. At the scene, countless envious and jealous gazes were cast on Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled. He looked at Tian Shui, Xuaningxin, and Han Sun and said, "Senior brother Han Sun, senior brother Tian Shui, senior sister, come to the fighting stage." The few of them were stunned and stepped onto the fighting ring one after another. "Senior brother Han Sun, this royal domain pill is for you." Lu Ming poured out a royal domain pill and handed it to Han Sun. Han Sun was stunned for a moment, then he quickly declined, "I can't accept this. The rules of the guild state that only the last person to stay will receive the reward. You are the last person, so the reward naturally belongs to you." Han Sun shook his head. "There's no need to be so polite, senior brother Han Sun. You've been severely injured in your battle with Saint Yu, and you deserve this royal domain pill." Lu Ming said and handed the royal pill over. Seeing Lu Ming's sincere attitude, Han Sun hesitated for a moment before saying, "Then I'll have to thank junior brother Lu Ming." With that, he took the royal domain pill and revealed a look of joy. The royal domain elixir was also of great help to him. With the help of the royal domain elixir, he would be able to break through to the 7th level martial royal realm very soon. How could he not be happy? "Senior brother, senior sister, there are 6 left. Let's each take 2. Lu Ming looked at Tian Shui and Xuaningxin. "No, this battle is all thanks to you, junior brother. You were only able to get first place because of yourself. We didn't help much." Xuaningxin shook her head. "That's right, I can't be at ease if you split it evenly with us." Tian Shui also refused. "How about this, 1 for each of you?" Lu Ming said with a smile. Tian Shui and Xuaningxin hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing. He gave 1 each to Tian Shui and Xuaningxin. Lu Ming kept the remaining 4 royal domain pills. For royal domain pills should be able to improve his cultivation. Wait a moment. At this moment, a few figures stepped onto the fighting ring. They were Hiyu, the Silver City, and several other disciples of the Silver Dragon Valley. The one who had spoken earlier was Hiyu. "Lu Ming, you're just going to keep the rest of the royal domain pills? So many of us senior and junior brothers are participating in this small meeting, do you want to enjoy it alone?" Hiyu sneered. "Oh. What do you want?" Lu Ming said calmly. "Of course we're going to share it." Hiyu sneered. "Take it out to share?" The rules of this meeting state that only the last person standing will receive the reward. Why should we share the royal domain pill that junior brother Lu Ming obtained? Tian Shui unhappily berated. All of us have contributed to Lu Ming's survival in the end. How can we not share the credit? He Yu said. Contribution? Lu Ming said as he looked at He Yu in disdain. You're afraid of death and didn't respect the arrangements. You were the first to charge forward and deliberately lost. Is this your credit? I did this on purpose to keep myself alive. Otherwise, I would have died in vain. Moreover, when we first faced such a situation and lost so many of our senior and junior brothers, it was all because you offended the three major sects of the Tianqian sect. He Yu argued and even made a countercharge in the end. Oh. Is that so? Lu Ming said indifferently. Suddenly, Lu Ming moved. He took a step forward and slapped He Yu. He Yu was shocked. He had never expected Lu Ming to attack him all of a sudden. Pa! The crisp sound of a slap rang out. Lu Ming's palm landed directly on He Ye's face. He Ye's body was sent flying like a sandbag and he landed heavily on the ground below the fighting ring. Half of his face had been smashed. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on such a person. If he could, he would try his best. He Yu was completely dumbfounded. He lay on the ground, covering the half of his face that had been slapped and staring at Lu Ming in a daze. What right does a piece of trash like you have to split the royal domain pill? Lu Ming said indifferently. At this moment, He Yu finally reacted and shouted crazily, Lu Ming, you're audacious and lawless. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have some strength? Fellow brothers and sisters, am I right? We all have made contributions, so why should he enjoy the rewards alone? He Ye's gaze turned to the youths from Dragon God Valley who had participated in the small meeting. Chapter 1548 Divine Sun takes action. However, those young men all looked at He Yu in disdain. The reward this time was clearly obtained by Lu Ming himself. They were not so despicable as to look for Lu Ming to share the reward. You guys, He Yu was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he saw everyone's disdainful eyes. He then looked at the Saint Realm Elder and said, Elder, you have to uphold justice. Shut up and get lost. Don't embarrass yourself here, shut up. The Saint Realm Elder coldly rebuked and looked at He Yu in disgust, causing He Ye's face to turn pale as he stood there, tongue-tied. You guys want to be slapped too? Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the few people from the Silver Blizzard City. The faces of the Silver City's people changed. They didn't dare to say a word and quickly left the fighting stage. Good, this small meeting has ended perfectly. Disciples of the 7th rank and above, go back and do your best to prepare for the treasure sealing assembly. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley said, then turned around and left. Buzz. At this moment, a terrifying wave came from the sky. A beam of holy light descended from the sky and attacked Lu Ming. This holy light was too terrifying. It was like a divine sword, and its speed was unbelievably fast. Danger, danger. At this moment, Lu Ming felt a fatal danger. All the muscles in his body tensed up and his hair stood on end. His instinct told him to retreat and dodge, but his body seemed to be fixed in place, unable to move an inch. Who is it? The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley roared, but it was too late to save him. The terrifying holy light was about to land on Lu Ming's head. At this moment, the space around Lu Ming rippled like water. The sword light pierced through Lu Ming's head. However, Lu Ming's figure shattered like glass. It was an afterimage. Then, the space rippled and Lu Ming's figure reappeared several meters away. On Lu Ming's shoulder, the bubble was glowing and chirping. It seemed that Lu Ming really thought that he was going to die. It was an attack that he could not resist. Fortunately, the bubble took action in time. Buzz. In the sky, the pressure became even stronger. Lu Ming looked up and his pupils shrank. A white figure was stepping down from the sky. The Son of God. He was known as the Divine Son of the top 10 monsters. Many people were shocked. The divine sun had appeared and even attacked Lu Ming. Could it be that Lu Ming had killed so many people from the deity's sect and ruined their plan to win the first place? Was the divine sun so angry that he wanted to kill Lu Ming? A terrifying pressure emanated from the divine sun's body, pressing down on Lu Ming, Tian Shui, and Xuanixin, making them feel as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Space-time domain. It seems like you were the one who secretly sabotaged the Dragon Palace. The divine sun said indifferently. He looked down at Lu Ming coldly, then at Bubbles with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Lu Ming did not say anything. He understood what the Son of God was saying. The divine sun was talking about how he had secretly destroyed his God-prohibited void ancient talisman in the Dragon Palace. The attack just now was just a test. The fact that Pow Pow had used the spacetime domain proved that the person who had made the move was Lu Ming. Of course, if it had not been for Lu Ming, the attack just now would have killed him. Why would the divine sun care if he had killed the wrong person? Then, the Son of God's gaze swept across Tian Shui and Xuanixin, and he said coldly, "So, you are the ones who took the Dragon Palace's treasury?" "That's right, it's us. All treasures are based on fate and wisdom. Those who are fated will get them," Lu Ming said. What a joke. What fortune and wisdom. In front of absolute strength, everything is useless. "I'll go with you," the Son of God said indifferently. He stood in the air, and milky white holy light emanated from his body. He was like a god, and his tone was filled with dominance and confidence in his own strength. Lu Ming sneered, revealing a hint of mockery. "How did that treasure end up in our hands? After I kill you all today, the treasure will still be mine." The Son of God's eyes were filled with killing intent. The divine sun had obtained first place in 2 consecutive treasure conventions. He was the head of the 10 great demon-level geniuses of the Azure region. No matter what he did, everything went smoothly. No one could compete with him for any treasure he encountered. But last time, he had suffered losses in the Dragon Palace. After using the forbidden ancient void talisman, Lu Ming had secretly destroyed it. Later on, they went to chase after the Black True Dragon corpse, but in the end, the Black True Dragon corpse still escaped. The Dragon Palace's treasure vault had fallen into the hands of Lu Ming and the other 2. He seemed to have suffered a great loss in front of Lu Ming and the other 2. Therefore, he had to kill Lu Ming and the other 2, especially Lu Ming. Everyone around them had different expressions on their faces. However, they all understood that there must have been a conflict between Lu Ming and the divine sun because of an opportunity. From the looks of it, the divine sun had suffered a loss. No wonder he was so murderous. Lu Ming actually offended the divine sun. He deserves it. He deserves it. Not far away, you and a few people from the Silver Blizzard City were roaring in their hearts. They were gloating over Lu Ming's misfortune and wished that the divine sun would kill him immediately. Boom! The Son of God's body glowed with holy light. Endless holy light condensed into a long blade that stood between heaven and earth. The vast power made many young men tremble. Buzz! The terrifying saber light slashed at Lu Ming. At that moment, black wings appeared on Lu Ming's back and a shield appeared in front of him. As for Tian Shui and Xuanixin, both of them took out their saint weapons. How could they just sit and wait for death? Stop! The Saintess Elder of the Dragon God Valley roared and stepped on the air like a real dragon. She reached out her dragon claw and grabbed the blade light. Boom! Heaven and earth rumbled as the dragon claw and the blade light dissipated. "Old man, why are you interfering in the matters of the younger generation?" From the pavilion of the Tianshan sect, the Sage Realm Elder rushed out and attacked the Sage Realm Elder of the Dragon God Valley with his palm. The 2 of them faced off against each other, and the sky trembled terrifyingly. The 2 of them trembled and stood in 2 different directions. The vast pressure of the Saint Realm spread out and the 2 of them were in a confrontation. "Get lost!" The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley shouted. "I've said it before. Why are you interfering in the matters of the younger generation? Let them solve it themselves. The sage realm elder of the heavenly god sect sneered. That's right. The treasure auction has already ended. Old people like us have no reason to get involved in the grudges of the young. The saint realm elder of the Tianyu demonic sect stepped out and said coldly. Then, the saint realm elder of the Yudu sect appeared. The machine locked onto the saint realm elder of Dragon God Valley to prevent him from interfering. The saint realm elder of Dragon God Valley looked terrible. These people were determined to let Lu Ming die here. Is the Tianshan sect so sore about losing? Seeing that our Dragon God Valley has won first place, seeing that Lu Ming has won first place, you want to send people to kill Lu Ming. Don't tell me that you are allowed to win, but no one else is allowed to win? On the grandstand, Qiao Ying glared at the sky and shouted. The battle 3 years later, nonsense. The sage realm elder of the heaven god sect shouted coldly as he looked at Qiao Ying with cold eyes. Qiao Ying stubbornly raised her head and looked at the other party. That's right. The Tianshan sect can't afford to lose. If you had said so earlier, we wouldn't have fought with you and would have given the first place to you. That's right. Why don't the other sects just not participate and announce to the world that your Tianshan sect will be the #1 sect in the world? The other disciples of Dragon God Valley also shouted and glared at the deity and the sage realm elder of the deity sect. They had directly assumed that the divine son wanted to kill Lu Ming because he had won first place in the small meeting, so the deity sect wanted to kill him. Shut up. The Son of God's face was cold as he shouted. His voice was like thunder, and his terrifying aura pressed down on the disciples of Dragon God Valley. The disciples' faces changed, and they felt as if a mountain was pressing on their bodies, making it difficult to breathe. I, the Son of God, never need a reason to kill. But today, I'll give you a reason. It's because they did something they shouldn't have done, the Son of God said indifferently. As such, they must be killed. Even without today's small meeting, they would still be dead. Hee, what do you mean you shouldn't have done? Didn't you just let a few people whose cultivation levels were far lower than yours take away your treasures? Son of God, you still have the face to come and kill. A deep voice rang out. In the void, a purple light flashed, and a figure appeared in the sky. Zifeng. The demon of Dragon God Valley, Zifeng. You want to stop me? The Son of God looked at Zifeng coldly. If you want to kill the people of Dragon God Valley, you have to fight. Zifeng replied. You're not my match. The Son of God said coldly. It's been 3 years since we last fought. Zifeng opened his mouth, his eyes revealing an intense battle intent. Oh, really? Then I'll deal with you first. The Son of God was very powerful. He took a step forward, and the world rumbled. Terrifying saint light soared into the sky, turning into a snow-white saint blade, slashing toward Zifeng. Roar. Zifeng gave a loud roar, and the dragon's roars reverberated. On his body, purple light flourished. On his skin, dense purple dragon scales appeared. On his forehead, 2 dragon horns actually emerged. And Zifeng's hands even transformed into dragon claws. With a furious roar, Zifeng rushed toward the Son of God, his claws continuously grabbing out, forcefully shattering the Son of God's saint blade. Holy light slash. The Son of God's expression was still calm. He clenched his fist in the air, and the holy light condensed into a holy blade again, slashing toward Zifeng. Boom! Boom! The 2 geniuses continued to fight in the sky, exchanging more than 10 moves. The sky seemed to be divided into white and purple, and the heavy pressure made it hard for people to breathe. How terrifying! Is this the combat strength of the top 10 geniuses? It's too shocking. I've seen half-saints fight before, but they're not this strong. This kind of combat power can easily kill ordinary half-saints, right? How terrifying! How can anyone below the saint realm be so powerful? Many people exclaimed in shock. Even the elders of the saint realm looked serious. Obviously, even the saint stage powerhouses had to take him seriously. The sky was completely covered by white and purple light. Two figures were crisscrossing, and dragon roars could be heard from time to time. Boom! All of a sudden, there was a terrible vibration in the sky. A figure retreated dozens of steps in the void before coming to a stop. It was Zifeng. At this time, a deep blade mark appeared on Zifeng's body, straight through his bones. There was a terrifying power of holy light that was corroding Zifeng's body unceasingly. A trace of fresh blood seeped out from the corner of Zifeng's mouth, his breathing somewhat weak. Could it be that Zifeng lost? High in the sky, the divine sun strolled out. His clothes were clean and his aura was steady. He didn't seem to have experienced a great battle. Everyone's hearts trembled. It seemed like the divine child had won, and it didn't seem like it was a difficult win. The divine son was worthy of being the head of the Azure State's 10 great monstrous talents. Similarly, being one of the 10 great monstrous talents, Zifeng did not look like he was the divine son's match at all. I've said it before, you're no match for me. Today, I'm going to kill the three of them, and no one can save them. The Son of God spoke with great confidence. No one could save whoever he wanted to kill. This was the domineering nature of the Son of God. Initially, if he wanted to kill Lu Ming and the other two, he could have chosen to do it somewhere else. That way, there would be less resistance and it would be easier. However, he had chosen this place because he was so overbearing. He wanted to kill Lu Ming and the other two in front of everyone to build his reputation. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Lu Ming burst out laughing. His laughter was filled with mockery. What are you laughing at? The Son of God said coldly. I'm laughing at you, Son of God. You want to kill me because you're afraid. Why do you have to find so many reasons to make me look good? Lu Ming laughed out loud. I'm scared. What a joke. What do you have that I'm scared of? The Godchild said. Because of my potential. Today, you saw my potential and are afraid that I will catch up to you in the future. You are afraid that I will take first place in the treasure-fixing assembly 3 years later, so you are afraid. You are afraid of my potential, so today, you want to kill me to avoid future trouble. Lu Ming said loudly. These words made many people's hearts tremble. The potential that Lu Ming had displayed this time was indeed shocking. With a cultivation of LV for Martial Emperor realm, he had defeated and killed 10 top-notch experts in a row and won first place in the treasure auction. In the history of the Azure region, there had never been such a shocking move since the treasure auction. Lu Ming indeed had the potential to threaten the Divine Sun. Although Lu Ming's cultivation level was still low, would he be able to become the Divine Sun's opponent in another 6 or 9 years? Could it be that the Son of God was not afraid at all? Many people had such thoughts. The Son of God's face was cold. You'll never be a match for me. In the Azure continent, I have no one who can match me. My enemies are outside of the Azure continent, said the Son of God, still filled with confidence. In the Azure continent, there was no one in the same generation as him that was worthy of his attention. He had already set his sights outside of the Azure continent and was contending with those supreme geniuses. In fact, only those terrifying geniuses from Emperor-ranked powers were his opponents. Since you're so confident, then fine, I'll challenge you now. 3 years later, at the Treasure Sealing Assembly, you and I will fight to the death, until one of us is dead. Do you dare? Lu Ming shouted loudly, his voice spreading throughout the entire venue. Lu Ming's voice was also filled with strong confidence. He had also stepped on the corpses of countless geniuses to get to where he was. He also had the confidence of being invincible. The Divine Son came from a better background. He had been cultivating in the Heavenly God sect, a big sect in the Yuan continent, since he was young. The cultivation environment was much better than Lu Ming's. Moreover, the Divine Son was at least 7 to 8 years older than Lu Ming. Now, the Son of God's cultivation was much higher than his, which was why he could look down on him from high above. However, he was confident that in a few years, he would be able to catch up to the Son of God and stand on equal footing with him. He would not be looked down upon by him like he was now. Goading is useless against me, the Son of God said coldly. Chapter 1550. Yang Tianzong, the Divine Son, stood in the air and looked down at Lu Ming. He did not change his mind at all because of Lu Ming's words. The killing intent in his eyes was as cold as a knife. Hee, what a joke, what goading. It's obvious that you're afraid, or rather, the Tianshan sect is afraid. They're afraid that I'll grow up, so they sent you here to find a random reason to kill me. Otherwise, why would you not even dare to accept the challenge? Lu Ming said. No matter how glib your tongue is, you will still die today, die. The Son of God shouted coldly. Holy light burst forth, forming a blade of holy light that illuminated the world. Roar. A dragon's roar erupted from Zifeng's mouth, pressing towards the Divine Son. Get lost. The Sage Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley shouted. He wanted to rush over to help, but he was blocked by the Sage Realm Elder of the Tianshan sect. In addition, the Elder of the Yudu sect was watching him like a tiger watching its prey. He could not rush over at all. Let's go. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Tian Shui and Xuanixin, preparing to leave. However, at this moment, the wind and clouds in the sky stirred, and a foot appeared in the void. This foot was like a giant's foot. It was incomparably huge. It descended from the sky and stomped down on the Son of God. Who is it? The Son of God let out a long cry, and holy light burst forth. He struck out with his palm toward the sky, forming a huge palm print of holy light that blasted toward the giant foot. However, when the palm print came into contact with the giant foot, the palm print immediately collapsed. The giant foot did not stop and continued to step on the Son of God. The Son of God roared, and a white jade pagoda appeared on his body. The white jade pagoda enlarged, and a vast saint might burst out. Boom! The giant foot stepped on the white jade pagoda, causing it to shake madly. The light screen on the pagoda immediately collapsed. Bang! The Son of God's body fell down like a meteorite, crashing into the fighting ring. The fighting stage let out a terrible roar and cracks appeared on it. It should be known that the fighting stage was very hard. Lu Ming and the others had fought all the way here but could not leave a mark on the fighting stage. But now, the fighting stage was cracked. The Son of God's face was pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to get up, his hair flying in the wind. He was filled with killing intent as he stared at the sky. A burly figure appeared in the sky and descended. This figure looked to be in his 30s. He had a burly figure and exuded a vast aura. Third senior brother, it's third senior brother. Third senior brother is here, that's great. When Tian Shui and Xuanixin saw this man, they both cried out in excitement. Third senior? Lu Ming's heart stirred. His master, the Valley Master of Cloud Dragon Valley, had accepted a total of 9 legacy disciples. However, Lu Ming had only seen his second senior brother Long Yuan Shan, Tian Shui, and Xuanixin. He had never seen any of his other senior brothers and sisters. However, he had heard that his third senior brother, Yang Tianzong, had made a breakthrough to Sage Realm more than 10 years ago, and he often went out to train. He didn't expect to see him here. 7th junior brother, 8th junior sister, long time no see. Yang Tiancheng and Xuanixin nodded. They then looked at Lu Ming and said, this must be little junior brother. He's indeed a dragon among men. Lu Ming greets third senior brother. Lu Ming cupped his fists at Yang Tianzong. Ha ha ha, no need to be so polite. We'll talk after we've settled the matter here. Yang Tianzong laughed and looked at the Son of God. He sneered, you're very arrogant. Come, let me see what you're capable of. Boom! Yang Tianzong took a step forward and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. That was the might of a saint, the aura of a saint. The terrifying aura of a saint pressed towards the Son of God. At the same time, Yang Tianzong extended his hand and a huge dragon claw formed, grabbing towards the Son of God. Whoosh! From the side, a terrifying demonic blade slashed over, and a combat sword condensed from poisonous gas pierced through the void and collided with the dragon claw, blocking it. At the same time, two old men appeared in front of Yang Tianzong. They were the two Saint Realm elders from the Yudu sect and the Tianyu demon sect. This is a matter of the younger generation. Why do you, a sage, have to interfere? Let them deal with it themselves. If you want to fight, this old man will accompany you. The elder of the Tianyu demonic sect said coldly. The Yudu sect's elder didn't say anything, but his attitude spoke for itself. His entire body was suffused with a highly toxic aura that was constantly rolling about. You two old fogies, I'll deal with you first. Yang Tianzong's gaze turned cold and he roared. His roar was like a dragon's roar and dragon scales appeared on his arm. He took a step and charged towards the two elders of the Yudu sect and the Tianyu demon sect. Kill! Kill! The elders of the Yudu sect and the Tianyu demon sect shouted as they charged towards Yang Tianzong with a terrifying aura. Boom! 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 5 to 6 consecutive explosions resounded in the sky. Then, everyone saw two figures retreating frantically. Their bodies were trembling, and a claw mark appeared on each of their bodies. They had almost scratched through their bodies, and their bodies were covered with blood. He was defeated. The two Saint Realm elders of the Yudu sect and the Tianyu demon sect attacked together, but they were defeated in 5 or 6 moves. They were injured by Yang Tianzong, and their clothes were stained with blood. The difference in combat strength was too great. I'll spare your lives this time. Next time, I'll kill you. Yang Tianzong said coldly, causing the two elders of the Yudu sect and Tianyu demon sect to have extremely ugly expressions. However, their eyes were filled with deep fear. Also, let me correct you. I'm still a few years away from reaching 50, so I'm still a member of the younger generation. As for cultivation, this kid is only a half-saint, 7 or 8 years older than my junior brother. If he can attack my junior brother, why can't I attack him? After saying that, Yang Tianzong turned to look at the Son of God again. Boom! Yang Tianzong suddenly took a step forward. In the sky, a giant foot that was exactly the same as Yang Tianzong appeared and stepped down on the Son of God. The Son of God roared and used his saint weapon to block, but the result was that he was almost trampled flat. He half knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't you think you're very strong? In front of me, you're still trash. Yang Tianzong mocked. You've only cultivated 10 years more than me. If you give me another 10 years, no, 5 years, I'll definitely be able to trample you under my feet. The Son of God roared, his eyes red like blood. He was the divine son, a heavenly talent. Ever since he rose to power, he had been like the moon surrounded by the stars. He had never been humiliated like this. He actually half-knelt on the ground in front of everyone. At this moment, he was so furious that he wanted to kill Yang Tianzong and everyone who had witnessed this. You're not qualified to challenge me. If you want to challenge me, you'll have to defeat my junior brother in 3 years. If you can defeat him, I'll give you a chance to challenge him. Yang Tianzong laughed coldly. All right. The divine son roared and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I accept your challenge. 3 years from now, we'll have a battle at the treasure sealing assembly. I'll take your dog life 3 years later. Lu Ming said coldly. Ha ha ha, how arrogant. But let me tell you, within 3 years, I'll definitely break through to the sage realm. At that time, if you want to challenge me, you'll have to defeat my junior brother first and pass the test of the treasure fixing assembly. Only then will you be qualified to challenge me. The Son of God said coldly. His eyes were filled with confidence again. He firmly believed that he would not lose. He had been suppressed by Yang Tianzong today only because the other party was older than him and had a higher cultivation level than him. He believed that Yang Tianzong would definitely be killed 5 years later. Chapter 1551 Harvest. Space-breaking flying shuttle The Divine Sun will break through to the Saint Realm in 3 years. Many people were shocked. However, it was normal when he thought about it. The Divine Sun had been in the Half-Saint Realm for almost 10 years. With his talent, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the Saint Realm. Once he broke through to the Saint Realm, his status would be completely different. He would truly enter the upper echelons of the Azure continent. At the same time, he could no longer continue to participate in the treasure-fixing assembly. If a Saint Realm participated in the treasure-fixing assembly, other people would have no chance at all. In other words, if Lu Ming wanted to challenge the Divine Sun, he would have to pass the auction. If he was killed in the treasure-fixing assembly, then the matter of the challenge would be impossible to talk about. 3 years later, Lu Ming will not have any hope. Someone shook his head and sighed. That's right, there's no hope. The others shook their heads. Lu Ming's current cultivation was only at the 4th level Martial Emperor realm. 3 years later, no matter how fast Lu Ming's progress was, it would be extremely fast if he could reach the 8th or even 9th level Martial Emperor realm. However, what was the use of LV8 or even LV9 Martial Royal realm? How could he fight against the Son of God? Even if the Divine Sun remained at the Half-Saint Realm, Lu Ming would not be a match for him. Once the Divine Sun broke through to the Saint Realm, Lu Ming would not stand a chance. It wasn't impossible to become a battle saint before breaking through to the Saint Realm. There weren't many people who had been able to do it since ancient times. Each and every one of those people was a terrifying monster whose name shook the world. Then he'll let you live for another 3 years. The Son of God said coldly. He didn't say anything else. He turned and left, turning into a beam of holy light and disappearing. Let's go. The Sage Realm Elder of the Heavenly God sect let out a loud shout and also stepped into the air to leave. The disciples of the Heavenly God sect also followed him and left the place. After the people from the Tianshan sect left, the people from the Tian Yu Demon sect and Yudu sect also left. Following that, the people from the other sects also left. Lu Ming, if there's a chance in the future, let's fight again. From the Life and Death Sword sect, Luo Xiang stepped in the air and said loudly. Alright, well, fight another day. Lu Ming said. Farewell. Luo Xiang cupped his fists and left. Thank you for your help, Third Senior. At this moment, Lu Ming, Tian Shui and Xuaningxin cupped their fists and thanked Yang Tianzong. You and I are brothers, there's no need to be so polite. I just happened to pass by the Tsang Mountains this time, so I wanted to take a look. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Yang Tianzong laughed heartily. Third Senior Brother, Little Junior Brother defeated and killed 10 Heaven's favorites with upper-class Earth spiritual body by himself. He won first place in the treasure auction. Xuaningxin said. Oh. Amazing, amazing, Little Junior Brother is really a genius, Master has good eyes. Yang Tianzong's eyes lit up. He had just arrived and did not know that Lu Ming had actually won first place in the treasure auction. Senior Brother is too kind. Then, they chatted as they flew toward the Dragon God Valley. Among the people of Dragon God Valley, He Yu and the people from Silver City showed strong unwillingness in their eyes. Damn it. In such a situation, Lu Ming still managed to escape. He Yes' heart was filled with hatred. Soon, they returned to the Dragon God Valley base. Junior brother, junior sister, you've just had a big fight, so you should go back to your room and recuperate. Yang Tianzong said. Tian Shui and Xuaningxin nodded. They had been seriously injured in the previous battle and were still far from recovering. Many of the other disciples of Dragon God Valley were also injured. They had all returned to their rooms to recuperate. Everyone returned to their rooms. Lu Ming took out a pile of rough stones and devoured them to recover his essential core. After half a day, Lu Ming had fully recovered. At this moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and a few storage rings appeared in his hand. They were all obtained from killing opponents during the treasure auction. Lu Ming started to count. Lu Ming was overjoyed after he finished counting. This time, he had gained a lot. One had to know that the people he had killed were all heaven's favorites and were extremely wealthy. There was no need to mention the raw stones, they added up to a few 100 million. There were also dozens of emperor's spiritual weapons. There were even 6 holy weapons. In particular, there were 3 space-breaking flying shuttles. The 3 space-breaking flying shuttles were all found in the storage rings of Mo He and Wu Qiandu, the 3 top heaven's favorites. He had really worn out his iron shoes and searched high and low for it, only to find it in the end. Lu Ming had always wanted to buy a space-breaking flying shuttle. He did not expect to get 3 at once. Lu Ming picked one, erased the mark of the original owner on it, and began to refine it. It was very easy to refine the space-breaking flying shuttle. It was refined by Lu Ming in less than a day. The space-breaking flying shuttle hovered above Lu Ming's palm. It grew and shrank according to Lu Ming's thoughts, changing its shape as he wished. After fiddling with it for a while, Lu Ming put the space-breaking flying shuttle away. Then, he took out the flowing essence gloves and started to refine them. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. In the past few days, the news of what had happened at the treasure auction had quickly spread throughout the Tsang Mountains and the entire Tsang region. Lu Ming's name shook everyone's hearts. In this competition, Lu Ming's name was the most widely spread. He had defeated and killed 10 top-notch heaven's favorites all by himself and won first place. In the end, he even challenged the Son of God to a life-and-death battle 3 years later. Although no one was optimistic about Lu Ming's chances, thinking that he would most likely be killed if he could fight the Divine Sun in 3 years, many people remembered one name, Lu Ming. 3 days later, Lu Ming refined the flowing essence gloves. With a single thought, the flowing essence transformed into liquid and wrapped around Lu Ming's right palm. It was as light as a chiffon. As Lu Ming injected his essential core, the flowing essence glove became heavier. In the end, even Lu Ming's arm started to tremble slightly. So heavy, so heavy. With the addition of the primal chaos domain and the prison-suppressing heavenly art, how terrifying would this punch be? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. He could not wait to find an expert to test it out. With a single thought, the flowing essence gloves seemed to come alive. It burrowed into Lu Ming's skin and disappeared. With a thought, it would appear again. It was very convenient to use. It's time to leave, Lu Ming muttered. There were still about 5 days before the start of the treasure sealing convention. However, Lu Ming planned to leave and return to Dragon God Valley to cultivate in seclusion. In any case, he had a preliminary understanding of the battle prowess of the Divine Sun, Zifeng, Wang Jian, and the other top 10 monstrous geniuses of the Azure region. There was no point in staying here and watching the treasure sealing assembly. He might as well make the best use of his time and cultivate. To Lu Ming, time was the most important thing. Lu Ming stood up and walked outside. He then found Tian Chui. Little junior brother, you're leaving? Tian Chui asked in surprise. Yes, I came to the treasure sealing assembly to witness the combat power of the top 10 geniuses of the Tsang prefecture. Now that I've seen it, there's no point in staying. So, I plan to return to Dragon God Valley first, Lu Ming said. A terrifying ambush. Oh, then junior brother, I'll lend you my space-breaking flying shuttle, Tian Chui said. No need. I already have a space-breaking flying shuttle. Mo He and the others have contributed a lot of good things. Lu Ming smiled, took out 2 holy weapons, and returned them to Tian Chui. Say goodbye to 8th senior sister for me. Lu Ming cupped his fists, then rose into the air and flew out of the Grey Mountain. Once he was out of the range of the Grey Mountains, Lu Ming waved his hand and the space-breaking flying shuttle appeared. It rapidly grew to 100 meters in size. The door opened and Lu Ming entered the space-breaking flying shuttle. This flying shuttle was extremely similar to Tian Shui's, and their grades were also similar, both being low-grade flying shuttles. The higher grade of the space-breaking flying shuttle was faster, but the price was also astonishingly high. Ordinary people simply couldn't afford it. After Lu Ming placed the rough stone, he set the location of Dragon God Valley and activated the space-breaking shuttle. Whoosh! The flying shuttle turned into a ray of light and disappeared. It flew in the direction of Dragon God Valley at an extreme speed. As for Lu Ming, he sat cross-legged in the space-breaking flying shuttle and took out a jade bottle. Inside the jade bottle was the reward for this treasure auction: 4 royal domain pills. It would take about half a month to return to Dragon God Valley from here, even if he took the space-breaking shuttle. He could use this time to cultivate and refine the 4 royal pills. Lu Ming poured out a royal domain pill and swallowed it. Boom! After the royal pill entered his stomach, it immediately turned into rolling energy. Such powerful energy! It's more than 10 times stronger than the royal fruit. Lu Ming was not shocked. Instead, he was happy. The royal domain pill was indeed a pill that could directly increase the cultivation of a mid-stage martial royal realm by 1 level. It was made with 9 royal domain fruits and other precious herbs. Following that, Lu Ming held his breath and concentrated, starting to refine the medicinal effects. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In 7 days, Lu Ming had refined all 4 royal domain pills. Peak of the 5th level martial monarch realm. Lu Ming opened his eyes and felt the vast and majestic energy in his body. He was elated. In 7 days, he had refined all 4 royal pills. Lu Ming's cultivation had increased by 1 level, reaching the peak of the 5th level martial royal realm. What others could achieve with 1 royal domain pill, Lu Ming had used 4 of them, but he was still very satisfied. His cultivation level had increased by 1 level. He did not know how much time he had saved. This would increase both his true yuan and domain. Now, Lu Ming's chaos domain had also reached the peak of level 5. Given Lu Ming's current cultivation level, he could easily defeat a prodigy like Mo He if he participated in the treasure auction. There was no need for him to use the chaos sky-turning seal. Now, has the treasure sealing assembly already started? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He then shook his head and smiled. He closed his eyes again to consolidate his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. Late at night, in the vast mountains, Lu Ming's sky-breaking flying shuttle flashed across the sky like a meteor. Boom! Lu Ming was cultivating when the space-breaking flying shuttle suddenly shook violently. Someone is attacking the shuttle. Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes and looked outside through the crystal glass of the space-breaking flying shuttle. Above the dark clouds, several big hands stretched out and fell from the sky, heavily bombarding the space-breaking flying shuttle. Boom! 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 The space-breaking flying shuttle shook violently as if it was about to explode. Then, a huge hand grabbed the 100-meter-long shuttle and smashed it toward a nearby mountain. Boom! The peak of the mountain trembled, and the tip of the mountain crumbled, sending gravel flying everywhere. Damn it! Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He moved and rushed out of the space-breaking flying shuttle. The space-breaking flying shuttle shrank rapidly and was put away by Lu Ming. In the pitch-black night sky, more than 10 black shadows appeared and surrounded Lu Ming. Kill! Without any unnecessary words, one of them coldly spoke. Whoosh! 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 More than a dozen terrifying sword gleams shot toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. The 7th level of the Martial Emperor realm. They are all experts above the 7th level. There are even some at the 8th level. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. Those who had besieged him were all experts. None of them were below the 7th level Martial Emperor realm. They were all high-level Martial Emperors. Without any hesitation, the black wings appeared. With a flap, Lu Ming soared into the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few terrifying sword lights suddenly appeared above his head. LV-8 Martial Royal Realm. The people who appeared above him were all at LV-8 Martial Royal Realm. Who is it? Lu Ming had countless thoughts in his mind. Who was it that wanted to kill him? He had only told Tian Shui that he was coming out, but Tian Shui would never sell him out. It was very likely that someone had been keeping a close eye on Lu Ming. The moment Lu Ming left the Tsang Mountains, he had been targeted. The reason why he only took action now was most likely to wait for Lu Ming to let his guard down and to make sure that there were no experts following Lu Ming. He only took action after he was certain that Lu Ming was alone. Kill, die! Lu Ming roared. The divine sword technique burst out and formed a terrifying soul attack, attacking the few people above him. However, the other party's body only trembled slightly, as if nothing had happened. The sword light did not stop and continued to attack Lu Ming. The godly sword technique is useless. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. At the same time, the black dragon spear appeared in his hands and he thrust it forward. Whoosh! A spear radiance destroyed a sword radiance and pierced through a black-robed figure. The destructive power obliterated all of the person's life force. Lu Ming had killed an 8th-level martial monarch. However, the other sword gleams were already approaching Lu Ming. The black wings flapped out and blocked Lu Ming's body. Clang! Clang! The sword light stabbed Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body trembled and he was sent flying. Buzz! Borrowing this force, Lu Ming cast the wind elemental technique. He flapped his black wings again and rushed forward. Buzz! The black dragon spear swept out and turned into a 1,000-meter-long spear radiance that swept forward. ALV-7 Martial Royal Realm expert was hit. 13 forces overlapped and exploded. That person's body exploded directly. The terrifying power swept towards the second LV-8 Martial Royal Realm expert. The second expert screamed and was killed as well. With the black dragon spear in his hand, Lu Ming's attack was even more powerful. Even without a holy weapon, it would not be too difficult for Lu Ming to kill an ordinary LV-8 martial emperor with his current cultivation at the peak of the 5th level. With his holy weapon, he could easily kill an ordinary LV-8 martial royal realm expert. Lu Ming had killed 2 people in a row, but the other sword gleams had all landed on him. Lu Ming blocked the attack with his black wings, but his body was still sent flying. After all, their opponents were both 7th or 8th grade martial emperors. Although Lu Ming could kill those of a higher grade, he could not deny the strength of their attacks. They were both high-level martial emperors and their attacks were definitely terrifying. If it landed on Lu Ming, he would be injured even if he did not die. Full attack. A voice was heard. Kill, kill. The sword light continued to stab at Lu Ming, but some of them changed their long swords to sabers. With a loud shout, the terrifying saber light cut through the void and lit up the dark night as it slashed at Lu Ming. This is intentionless blade technique? Lu Ming was shocked. Chapter 1553 All Strong. The intentionless saber art was the ultimate technique of the intentionless saber sect, one of the 13 top sects in the Azure region. There were people from the intentionless saber sect among them. However, he had no enmity with the intentionless saber sect. Why would the intentionless saber sect want to kill him? Also, who were the other swordsmen? Was it the Tianshan sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, or the Yuda sect? Lu Ming's mind was spinning with thoughts, but he did not stop his actions. A shield appeared and expanded rapidly, floating behind Lu Ming. Then, with a flap of his black wings, Lu Ming chose a random direction and dashed off at top speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! The black dragon spear continued to thrust out, and the terrifying spear light pierced through the void and collided with the opponent. Boom! Boom! A deafening explosion sounded in the sky. Lu Ming broke through the opponent's attack and pierced the dantian of an 8th-grade martial emperor with his spear, killing him. At the same time, his black wings were like 2 heavenly blades, slashing the 2 7th-grade martial emperors into 2. Buzz! In front of him, there was a vast saber light that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth as it suddenly slashed toward Lu Ming. 9th level martial royal realm. Lu Ming's pupils contracted rapidly. He was exhausted and could not launch a counterattack. He could only hold the black dragon spear horizontally in front of him. Clang! The saber light slashed at the black dragon spear. The black dragon spear vibrated with a buzzing sound and Lu Ming's body was sent flying backward. Behind him, there was a storm of attacks. The sword light and the saber light landed on the holy weapon shield and sent it flying. Lu Ming's body went slightly numb and he felt the blood in his body churning. There were too many experts and all of them were at the high-level martial royal realm. They had sent so many people to kill Lu Ming. This was a sure kill. They were determined to take Lu Ming's life. There was nothing much to say. This was a life-and-death battle. Lu Ming let out a loud roar, and a dragon's roar came from his body. Dragon scales appeared on the surface of his skin. At the same time, his 3rd bloodline emerged and a surge of energy surged into Lu Ming's body, making him even stronger. Kill! The black wings on Lu Ming's back flapped wildly, bringing with them gusts of strong wind. In a flash, Lu Ming's figure dashed backward. The black dragon spear swept out with the momentum of sweeping away thousands of troops. The 2 7th-level martial royal realm experts who were charging at him were killed by Lu Ming. Kill! 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 Lu Ming protected himself with his black wings and shield. He held the black dragon spear and used all his strength to charge into the crowd. The power of the 13 storing power strikes was too strong. When combined with his holy weapon, an ordinary LV-8 martial emperor could not withstand it at all. He would be killed in one strike, let alone a LV-7 martial emperor. The long spear swept across. Lu Ming seemed to have transformed into a killing machine, constantly harvesting lives. Out of the dozen experts, only a few were left after being killed by him. Of course, he had also been hit by many attacks, but with the protection of his saint weapon shield and black wings, as well as his abnormal dragon god combat body, he was not seriously injured, only his chi and blood were tumbling. However, at this moment, in the dark night, more figures appeared. This time, there were 20 to 30 people, all of whom were high-level martial royal realm experts. So many powerhouses, they really think highly of me. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. It was truly shocking to mobilize such a terrifying force at once. Kill! Kill! 6 figures stepped out with terrifying auras. They were all LV-9 martial royal realm experts. Whoosh! Below, a terrifying sword light was headed for Lu Ming. It was another person in the 9th level of the martial royal realm. Get lost! Lu Ming roared and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. He took 9 steps in a row and 9 dragons flew out, blasting toward the person below. Boom! The sword light burst forth and collided with the 9 dragons, producing a terrifying boom. Then, the sword gleam crushed the 9 dragons and the terrifying sword gleam continued to slash toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming moved his body to one side, but there was still a person in the 9th level of the martial royal realm. LV-9 martial royal realm experts were everywhere. Kill! The black dragon spear swept out toward the LV-9 martial royal realm expert. So what if he was at LV-9 martial emperor realm? Kill them all the same. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, even without a holy weapon, he could fight with an ordinary 9th level martial royal realm expert, or even kill them. With the addition of a holy weapon, he was even more fearless. Clang! The black dragon spear clashed with the opponent's battle blade. The opponent's body shook violently and was sent flying. Kill! Lu Ming had his eyes on this and continued to attack the other party. The black dragon spear expanded to 1,000 meters in length and pressed down on the opponent. Boom! The other party tried his best to block, but he was still unable to block it. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and frantically retreated. However, Lu Ming extended the wind elemental technique and chased after the person closely. Let's attack together. The other 9th level martial royal realm experts charged at Lu Ming. Their terrifying attacks sent the holy weapon shield flying. Some of the attacks landed on the black wings, causing Lu Ming's body to shake. However, Lu Ming's gaze remained firm. He stared at one person and charged at him. Another spear shot out, and that person vomited a large mouthful of blood. His arm had been broken. Whoosh! In the end, Lu Ming threw out the black dragon spear. The black dragon spear pierced through the void like a bolt of black lightning. It contained the terrifying power of 13 accumulated strikes. It suddenly burst out and pierced through the 9th level martial royal realm expert. The body of the LV9 martial royal realm expert exploded with a terrifying shock. Lu Ming suddenly turned around and threw a punch at a LV9 martial royal realm expert. The Luyuan glove appeared, and true essence frantically poured into it. The Luyuan glove's weight increased rapidly. Boom! This punch contained the power of the primal chaos domain and the prison-suppressing heavenly art. It was terrifyingly powerful and seemed to be able to destroy everything with ease. The fist landed on the opponent's sword. The Emperor's spiritual weapon could not withstand the impact and exploded. The terrifying fist force hit the LV9 martial royal realm expert. He screamed as his body was penetrated and exploded. In an instant, he had killed 2 people at the 9th level of the martial royal realm. This person's saint weapon is too powerful. Some people felt their hearts tremble. Even a LV9 martial royal realm expert was killed. Retreat. Use your saint weapons to kill him. A person in the sky said coldly. A few of the LV9 martial royal realm experts retreated, but a few others stepped forward. Their auras were also at the LV9 martial royal realm. There were too many experts. There were more than 10 LV9 martial royal realm experts. Moreover, the few LV9 martial royal realm experts who appeared later were even more terrifying, because they all had holy weapons. One of them had a blood-red tower floating above his head, and a terrifying aura spread out. The other person held a battle blade, which was also a saint weapon. The third person was holding an iron rod, which was also a saint weapon. There was also a fourth person with a stone mountain floating above his head, which was also a saint weapon. The 4 LV9 martial royal realm experts controlled the 4 holy weapons and sealed off the 4 directions. Attack! The person in the sky issued an order. Kill! The man with the holy weapon was the first to make a move. A terrifying blade light slashed towards Lu Ming. Chapter 1554 Crazy Collision. The power of a holy weapon wielded by someone at the 9th level of the martial royal realm was too terrifying. Lu Ming did not dare to take it head-on. He moved his body and continued to avoid the blade light. Light splitting with a thought. The man spat out coldly. The saber light suddenly split apart and bit Lu Ming's body tightly. No matter how fast Lu Ming was, he could not avoid the saber light. It's really the intentionless saber art. You're from the intentionless saber sect. Lu Ming roared angrily. At the treasure auction, he had seen the prodigy of the intentionless saber sect use the intentionless saber technique, so he was definitely not wrong. The other party's eyes were cold, revealing a strong killing intent, and the saber light did not stop. Clang! Lu Ming blocked it with his holy weapon shield and black wings. However, after being hit by the saber radiance, his body trembled violently and he was sent flying like a cannonball. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. The power of a 9th-tier martial royal realm expert controlling a holy weapon was truly astonishing. Even with the protection of the holy weapon, Lu Ming was still injured. Boom! Above his head, the wind whistled, and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. A huge black mountain came crashing down on Lu Ming. The other expert made his move and also attacked Lu Ming with his holy weapon. Boom! His essential core surged into the flowing essence gloves. Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and threw a punch at the hill. Boom! With an earth-shattering boom, the small mountain was sent flying by Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's body was like a meteorite, falling to the ground. Lu Ming spat out another mouthful of blood and felt his arm trembling slightly. Boom! A metal rod that was thousands of meters long swept toward Lu Ming like a pillar that held up the sky. Lu Ming used the black wings to protect himself. With a thump, he was sent flying and crashed into a mountain, cracking it. The 9th level of the Martial Royal Realm was already at the peak of the Martial Royal Realm. Lu Ming had relied on his holy weapon to kill 2 people with lightning speed. However, this did not mean that the 9th level of the Martial Royal Realm was weak. In addition, there were 4 9th level Martial Royal Realm experts controlling the holy weapons. When they worked together, the power was even more terrifying. Lu Ming was completely no match for them. He could not even resist. Bubble, let's go. Lu Ming called out Bubbles. Under such circumstances, he could only retreat. It was not wise to fight head-on. As for the inscription refining secondary body, Lu Ming had no intention of calling it out. With Ming Lian's cultivation, he didn't have a holy weapon to protect himself. If he called out, he would only be killed. Chirping. Pow Pow cried out and opened a space-time tunnel. Lu Ming and Lin Fan rushed in. However, at the next moment, Lu Ming seemed to have hit a wall and his body was blocked. The space-time tunnel had failed. Swish! Inscriptions appeared in all directions. Dozens of men in black stood in all directions. Each of them had an array disc floating above their heads, sealing the space. What a well-thought-out plan. Lu Ming felt a slight chill in his heart. It was obvious that the other party was really determined to kill him. They had taken into account all of Lu Ming's trump cards and knew that Lu Ming had bubbles on him that could use the space-time tunnel to escape. The other party had already set up a space sealing formation here to seal the space. Even the bubbles could not break out. It wasn't that Bubbles' space-time domain wasn't wondrous enough, but that Bubbles' cultivation was still low. On the other hand, the opponent's cultivation was much higher. Combined with the array, Bubbles couldn't be broken at all. You guys, take down that space-time spirit mouse. The black-robed man in the sky spoke again. Buzz. 12 men in black stepped out with formation discs floating above their heads. They sealed the space and flew towards the bubble. Boom. At this moment, a huge tower came crashing down on Lu Ming. The attacks of the 4 experts had arrived again. With a flap of his black wings, Lu Ming dashed forward at top speed, avoiding direct confrontation with the giant pagoda. However, what greeted him in front of him was a terrifying saber light. The 4 experts controlled their holy weapons and attacked together, not giving Lu Ming any chance to catch his breath. He could not avoid it. Lu Ming threw a punch and a faint shadow of the prison-suppressing steel appeared. Boom! The fist collided with the saber beam. Lu Ming destroyed the saber beam, but his body was also sent flying. The 12 men in black sealed the space and flew toward Lu Ming, trying to suppress him in the space. Let's go all out. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with ferocity. A steady stream of energy from his 3rd bloodline gushed into his body. Not enough, not enough. Again, again. Lu Ming roared in his heart as he frantically borrowed the power of his 3rd bloodline. The power in his 3rd bloodline seemed to be endless. As the power gushed into his body, a terrifying killing intent erupted from Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes turned blood red, and so did his hair. It was like blood. At this moment, the giant pagoda was pressing down from above. Get lost. Lu Ming threw a punch. Thump. A terrifying sound was heard and the sky trembled. The giant pagoda was blown away by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled and he stepped in the air, retreating a dozen steps. However, he managed to block the attack, unlike before when he was sent flying and spat out blood. Boom! A huge metal rod swept toward Lu Ming from the side, accompanied by a loud rumbling sound. Everything in its way was about to be smashed into pieces. Lu Ming threw another punch and it collided with the huge rod. Buzz! The giant staff shook continuously and was sent flying by the terrifying force. However, Lu Ming suffered the same fate. He was sent flying 1,000 meters, creating a path of air waves in the sky. But then, a small mountain in the sky came crashing down on Lu Ming. The four of them joined forces and their attacks seemed endless. Not enough, it's still not enough. Again. Lu Ming let out a long howl. He was going all out. The power of his third bloodline gushed into his body continuously. His body swelled up because of the terrifying power. His hair was blood red, and his eyes were like those of a demon who had walked out of the abyss of hell. Kill! Lu Ming roared. His boundless killing intent, combined with the divine sword technique, spread in all directions. Even though these people had long made defensive preparations against the godly sword technique, the endless killing intent still made them shiver and their hearts tremble. Boom! Lu Ming punched the hill above his head and sent it flying. This time, Lu Ming's body did not move an inch. Kill! Lu Ming stomped on the ground and rushed out with a whoosh toward the person who was controlling the holy weapon. His opponent's true essence boiled as he slashed out a terrifying blade light. Lu Ming's punch directly shattered the saber light and he charged at his opponent at top speed. A terrifying killing intent enveloped the other party, causing his face to turn pale. Splitting light with a thought, the blade breaks the firmament. The saint blade trembled and slashed at least hundreds of times in an instant. However, the hundreds of blade gleams condensed into 9. The 9 blade gleams were connected from head to tail and slashed at Lu Ming continuously. The terrifying saber intent kept cutting at Lu Ming's body. However, they were blocked by a layer of terrifying energy on Lu Ming's body. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming swung his fists continuously, shattering the man's saber light. He dashed forward and appeared in front of the man. Chapter 1555 The Half-Saint Takes Action, Kill. The iron fist struck out, and the void trembled violently. The other party's expression changed drastically, and he blocked it with his saint blade. Clang! The other party was sent flying and crashed into a mountain peak, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Lu Ming stepped forward, wanting to rush forward and kill this person. Die! Suddenly, a loud shout came from the sky. A black light flashed and an invisible force bombarded Lu Ming's spiritual god. The spiritual god's defensive armor glowed and blocked the attack, but it kept shaking. Soul attack technique. Lu Ming was shocked. At this moment, buzz, and NBSP whoosh. At least a dozen people in the surroundings attacked at the same time, using soul attack techniques to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming's spiritual god was shocked. These people were all high-level martial royal realm experts. One of them was a soul attack technique that belonged to the person who gave the order. It was terrifyingly powerful. If not for Lu Ming's powerful soul power and the spiritual god defensive treasure, his soul would have been obliterated. This is the godly sword technique. You're from evil spirit. Lu Ming roared angrily. He finally knew who the other party was. Evil spirit. The other party was definitely from evil spirit. It was not the deity sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, or the desire poison sect, but the evil spirit sect. Evil spirit had its eyes on him. More than a dozen experts were attacking Lu Ming with soul attacks. At this moment, the pagoda, the hill, and the giant staff had also arrived. Roar! Lu Ming roared like a wild beast. More energy gushed into his third bloodline, filling his heart with endless killing intent. His mind was almost drowned by the endless killing intent. Boom! After sending the giant iron rod flying with a punch, the black wings flickered wildly and bombarded the small mountain and the pagoda, sending them flying. Then, he took a step forward and charged at the powerhouse who was controlling the saber. Let's go. The expert was shocked and wanted to escape. However, he was enveloped by Lu Ming's terrifying killing intent and his body stiffened. Lu Ming flew past him, his black wings like blades, and killed the man. Lu Ming grabbed the holy weapon saber. With a flash of his black wings, he charged toward the powerhouse who was controlling the small mountain. From all around, soul attacks were continuously launched at Lu Ming. Lu Ming withstood the soul attacks and charged forward. Clang! The Saint Blade slashed at the other party. The other party blocked it with a small mountain, but the small mountain was sent flying. The other party's face was pale as he quickly retreated. On the other side, the huge pagoda charged toward Lu Ming in an attempt to save the powerhouse who was controlling the small mountain. Whoosh! Lu Ming threw the saint's sword in his hand to block the pagoda, but he did not stop and continued to attack the other party. The other party did not have time to recall the small mountain and could only block it with his own strength. However, in Lu Ming's current state, his strength was shocking. His opponent's king's spiritual weapon was torn apart by Lu Ming's punch. The terrifying fist force killed his opponent in the air. Retreat, retreat. The other two were shocked. They did not dare to approach Lu Ming and retreated frantically. Lu Ming's current state was too terrifying. He was like a legendary bloodthirsty demon. It was extremely terrifying. I'll do it. At this moment, the black-robed man who had given the order in the sky moved. He took a step forward and unsheathed his combat sword. A beam of sword light instantly crossed the void of 10,000 meters and slashed at Lu Ming. It was fast, extremely fast. Moreover, the terrifying pressure made Lu Ming feel frightened even though he was almost drowned by the endless killing intent. The sword light reached Lu Ming's throat in an instant, about to cut off his head. This was a half-saint who was half a step into the saint realm. The half-saint realm and the 9th level of the martial royal realm seemed to be only one level apart, but the battle strength of a half-saint was much stronger than that of a 9th level martial royal realm. It was not as simple as one level. A half-saint could easily kill a LV9 martial royal realm expert. Roar! At this moment, Lu Ming roared and shifted to the side at the last moment. Lu Ming's chest was still hit by the sword light. The vital essence, chaos domain, and the dragon scales on his skin were split open, revealing a deep sword wound. Even his bones were broken and blood was flowing. At the same time, the terrifying sword chi continued to drill into Lu Ming's body, trying to destroy his body. Without a doubt, the weapon used by the other party was also a holy weapon. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such terrifying power. Whoosh! The sword did not kill Lu Ming. The other party's sword light changed direction again and slashed at Lu Ming's waist. It flapped its black wings and swept them towards Lu Ming. Clang! The sword radiance slashed at the black wings. The wings trembled violently, and a terrifying force blasted toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming was sent flying backward and smashed into a mountain, breaking it apart. There was a loud explosion. In the next moment, Lu Ming's body flew out from the rubble. A LV5 martial royal realm expert actually has such a strong vitality. No wonder the elder ordered us to dispatch so many forces. This person must be eliminated as soon as possible. Lu Ming's stubbornness made the black-robed half-saint's heart sink. He took a step forward and turned into a ray of sword light, charging toward Lu Ming. The terrifying sword power made Lu Ming's hair stand on end and his muscles tense up even from a distance. It's the power of the laws. Lu Ming growled in a low voice. The other party was obviously a half-saint who had mastered the laws of nature and was extremely powerful. There were strong and weak half-saints. Half-saints who had mastered the power of laws were absolutely terrifying. The sword gleam neared Lu Ming in an instant. Chirping. Bubbles shouted and waved its claws. A transparent bubble suddenly appeared on the black-robed half-saint's body and covered him. However, the other party's body was almost unaffected. Sword light burst forth and directly broke the transparent bubble. The spacetime spirit mouse can control spacetime. It's indeed very mysterious. Unfortunately, it's too weak. The black-robed half-saint said in a hoarse voice. 2 rays of black light shot out of his eyes and pierced Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming's eyes also shot out 2 rays of black light. The 2 of them used the divine sword technique at the same time. After the black light collided, the other party immediately destroyed Lu Ming's black light. The sword light did not stop and continued to attack Lu Ming. The other party was a half-saint who also cultivated the divine sword technique. His soul force was stronger than that of an ordinary half-saint. Even if Lu Ming's soul force was dozens of times stronger than that of martial artists of the same level, he was still inferior to the other party. Chirping. The bubble cried out and pounced from Lu Ming's shoulder. Wherever the bubble flew, the void rippled like waves. With a wave of its claws, terrifying spatial blades shot towards the other party. Whoosh! The opponent slashed out with his sword, shattering the spatial blade. Then, the sword light slashed at the bubble. Bubble's body emitted a rich milky white light. With a wave of her claws, the opponent's sword light, which was originally moving at an astonishing speed, actually slowed down. It was not that his opponent had slowed down, but that the bubble had affected time and used time deceleration to slow down his opponent's sword light. Break! The black-robed half-saint yelled. The sword light suddenly expanded and broke the bubble's time deceleration. The terrifying sword light crossed the space and slashed at the bubble. Within the 3rd bloodline, the black-robed half-saint slashed at Bubble's body and her body shattered like glass. It was a spatial afterimage. Bubble's true body had already appeared on the other side of the black-robed half-saint. With a wave of her claws, the space-time domain enveloped the half-saint. On the other side, Lu Ming's black wings flapped like 2 blades and slashed at the black-robed half-saint. At the same time, his vital essence gale poured into the Luyuan gloves and he punched the half-saint. Whoosh! Whoosh! The black-robed half-saint's expression did not change in the face of Lu Ming and Bubble's joint attack. He released his sword radiance and slashed twice. With one stroke, he broke the Bubble's space-time domain. With another stroke, he blocked He Yufeng's attack and slashed at Lu Ming's fist. Boom! Lu Ming's fist seemed to have collided with a terrifying force. His body shook violently and he was sent flying. At the same time, a powerful force passed through the flowing essence gloves and blasted into Lu Ming's body, causing him to spit out blood. The power of laws. Lu Ming was shocked. The power of the law was too strong. Laws were the foundation of heaven and earth. A world was made up of different laws. The power of these laws far exceeded that of a domain. No matter how mysterious Lu Ming's chaos domain was, it was still a domain after all. It was difficult for it to resist the corrosion of the law power. In the future, Lu Ming would be able to turn the chaos realm into the laws of chaos. That way, he would be able to suppress other laws. Chirping. Bubbles shouted and used the spacetime domain. Its body kept flashing around the black-robed half-saint's body. It kept attacking and was extremely agile. The black-robed half-saint couldn't hit it at all. Get lost. At this point, the black-robed half-saint seemed to be really angry with Pow Pow. With a cold shout, a terrifying aura exploded from his body. A terrifying true essence, like black demonic fire burning, blasted in all directions. The black-robed half-saint exploded his extremely powerful genuine vitality and crushed in all directions. With that, there was no way for Paoba to dodge and her body was sent flying by this surge of primeval essence. Suppress him. The black-robed half-saint's cold voice sounded. Buzz. The 12 men in black controlled the array discs and suppressed the bubbles, sealing the void. Boom! The black-robed half-saint used his powerful vital essence to send Pow Pow flying into the area. The 12 men in black controlled the array disc and sealed the area, trapping the bubble in the void. Chirping. Bubbles cried out and used the spacetime domain in an attempt to rush out. However, the void seemed to have become an iron wall and was completely confined. Bubbles could not rush out at all. Release him! Lu Ming roared and flapped his black wings, charging towards the 12 men in black. Kill! The black-robed half-saint swung his sword horizontally. The sword radiance was 1,000 meters long. It hit Lu Ming and sent him flying. Today, none of you can leave. This place will be your burial ground. The black-robed half-saint said coldly. He took a step forward and became one with his holy weapon and sword. He turned into a bright sword light and stabbed at Lu Ming's forehead. It was too fast. It was so fast that Lu Ming could not react in time. Moreover, a terrifying force was locked onto Lu Ming, causing his muscles to tremble slightly. Whoosh! In an instant, the sword light approached. The terrifying sharpness pierced Lu Ming's glabella, causing it to hurt. Roar! At this critical moment, Lu Ming shouted loudly. He stretched his right hand forward and grabbed the blade of the black-robed half-saint's holy weapon. Zzzzzzzzz. The holy weapon and the Luyuan glove rubbed against each other, making an ear-piercing sound and sparks. Although the holy weapon sword had been caught by Lu Ming, it was still slowly moving forward. With your cultivation, don't even think about catching my sword. Kill! The black-robed half-saint bellowed. His vital essence exploded and the power of his holy weapon sword became stronger, pushing Lu Ming back. Boom! After retreating for a while, Lu Ming crashed into a mountain peak. The entire mountain peak shook violently and almost exploded. Zzzzzzzzz. The sound of friction between the combat sword and the glove grew louder. The combat sword was slowly approaching Lu Ming's glabella. Bang! Lu Ming's left hand was covered in dragon scales. It transformed into a dragon claw and grabbed the blade, stopping it from moving forward. If the sword pierced through his glabella, the terrifying destructive power would explode and Lu Ming would die. However, Lu Ming's left hand did not have the Luyuan glove. The blade of his holy weapon sword was extremely sharp. It cut through the chaos domain and quintessential essence that covered his palm, cutting through the dragon scales on his hand. Blood flowed from Lu Ming's hand, and his entire palm was almost cut off. Roar! Lu Ming did not care about the pain and tried his best to stop it. You can't stop it. The black-robed half-saint kept urging his power, and the power of the sword became stronger and stronger. Chirping. On the other side, the 12 men in black had sealed the void, and the area of compression was getting smaller and smaller. There was no way for Bubbles to escape, and she was about to be captured. Power, I need power, great power. At this moment, Lu Ming was roaring in his heart. He was too weak. In the vast Yuan continent, his power was too weak. Martial emperors were like ants. He urgently needed powerful strength. He didn't care about the consequences and madly borrowed the power of the third bloodline. You want power? I'll give it to you. At this moment, a vast, deep, and ethereal voice came from the third bloodline. Boom! When the voice rang out, Lu Ming felt an explosion in his head. Then, his mind seemed to have entered his third blood meridian. What was reflected in his eyes was an incomparably huge and boundless blood-colored ocean. The sea seemed to be filled with endless blood. But at this moment, the waves were rolling. A face appeared in the endless sea. It was extremely huge and boundless. He looked at Lu Ming with a pair of cold eyes. Power, here you go. The giant face opened its mouth and said. Boom! At this moment, endless killing intent completely drowned Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have sunk into endless darkness, and only endless power surged into his body. At this moment, Lu Ming's hair was growing rapidly. It was at least 2 meters long and was dancing in the wind. Lu Ming's body wriggled rapidly, and in the end, hideous bone spikes grew out. Lu Ming's eyes had turned completely blood red and he had lost all rationality. Roar! Lu Ming let out a roar, like a wild beast. Kill, kill, kill! Lu Ming let out a loud roar, and a terrifying power suddenly erupted. Buzz! The power went directly into the holy weapon combat sword. The power went through the combat sword and into the black-robed half-saint's arm. The black-robed half-saint's body trembled violently. His arm actually exploded. He spat out blood and retreated with disbelief. You! What kind of monster are you? The black-robed half-saint shouted in shock. He had never expected that Lu Ming's form would suddenly change drastically, turning into the legendary devil from hell. Lu Ming went crazy. Kill, 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 kill. Lu Ming bellowed. At this moment, he had completely lost his mind. There was only one thing in his mind, and that was to kill. Kill everyone, kill all the living creatures in the world. Whoosh! Lu Ming threw the holy weapon in his hand. The holy weapon whistled and cut through the void. It was extremely fast. An 8th-level martial emperor was pierced by the sword and died on the spot. Voila! The black wings were covered with a layer of blood-red light, which made them more powerful. With a flap, Lu Ming appeared in front of the black-robed half-saint and clawed at him. The half-saint's pupils shrank and he retreated quickly. However, he immediately realized that it was useless. Lu Ming's claw was faster than his retreat. Lu Ming's claw grabbed his body. Poochie! Following that, Lu Ming's other claw landed on his body. The Emperor's spiritual weapon and armor on his body were like paper, unable to withstand a single blow. No, the black-robed half-saint shouted in fear. The next moment, Lu Ming howled and tore the half-saint's body into pieces. His spiritual god flew out in shock and was crushed by Lu Ming. A half-saint who had comprehended the laws of nature was torn apart and killed by Lu Ming. Kill, kill, Lu Ming roared. After killing one person, Lu Ming's killing intent grew stronger. Buzz! With a flap of his black wings, Lu Ming was the first to charge at the 12 men in black who were imprisoning the bubbles. Imprison him! One of them roared and controlled the array disc, trying to seal the void and Lu Ming. Selah! Lu Ming's claws tore and it was as if the space was about to be torn apart. The space trembled but it could not imprison Lu Ming at all. In a flash, one of the men in black was killed. With one person killed, the spatial ceiling formation broke apart. The bubble seized the opportunity and flew out. Kill, kill! Lu Ming kept on shouting and flapping his black wings. Piu, piu, piu. The other men in black were killed by Lu Ming one after another. They did not even have the chance to escape. Chirping. The bubble flew towards Lu Ming, but Lu Ming did not seem to recognize it. He clawed at the bubble. The bubble immediately cast the space-time domain and retreated, avoiding Lu Ming's attack. Chirping. Bubbles looked at Lu Ming from afar, her big black eyes filled with anxiety. Roar! Lu Ming let out a beast-like roar and charged at the others. Not good, let's go. Seeing that a half-saint was easily killed by Lu Ming, the others did not dare to fight back. They all ran away frantically. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's entire body was filled with boundless energy. The black wings were boosted by this energy, and the power of a holy weapon seemed to be fully activated. His speed was terrifyingly fast. Lu Ming's body flashed and he appeared behind the 9th-level martial royal realm expert who was controlling the holy weapon. Go to hell. The man was terrified. He waved the iron rod in his hand and swept it at Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw a punch and the holy weapon, the iron rod, was sent flying. The terrifying power flowed through the iron rod and into the opponent's hand, causing it to explode. Then, Lu Ming's figure flashed. The man could not fight back at all and was torn apart by Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he charged at another person. With a wave of his hand, that person was killed. Following that, Lu Ming's body flashed and hunted non-stop in the void. Lu Ming was unrivaled. One by one, Lu Ming took down one of them. Their screams echoed in the night sky. There were dozens of experts, all of whom were at the 7th level martial emperor realm and above. They scattered in all directions. Lu Ming was like a demon, chasing and killing them everywhere. Half an hour later, Lu Ming caught up to the last person hundreds of thousands of miles away and killed him. This time, all the experts who had come to besiege Lu Ming were annihilated. After killing so many experts, Lu Ming's killing intent did not weaken in the slightest. Instead, it became stronger. The ice-cold killing intent made people shiver. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming roared. His heart was filled with endless killing intent. He wanted to kill everyone in the world. Chirping. Bubbles appeared not far away. They looked at Lu Ming worriedly and fearfully, not daring to approach him. Buzz. Lu Ming suddenly looked at Bubbles. He flapped his black wings and charged towards Bubbles. Bubbles was alarmed and hurriedly cast her spacetime domain to retreat rapidly. Lu Ming continued to chase after the Bubbles. However, after a while, he realized that he could not catch up to the Bubbles. He roared and flew into the distance. Bubbles' body flickered and swallowed the black-robed men's holy weapons and storage rings one by one. Then, she followed Lu Ming from a distance, worried beyond measure. Beneath his feet was a boundless mountain. Lu Ming flew at high speed, like a demon tearing through the night sky. In the forest below, some wild beasts and demonic beasts were swept by Lu Ming's killing intent. They instantly trembled and hid in their respective cave abodes in fear. Lu Ming's blood-red eyes swept across the mountain forest below. He did not stop and continued flying. It seemed that the level of the wild beasts and demonic beasts below were too low and not worth his time to kill. The boundless mountain continued to pass under his feet. A huge castle appeared in front of them, built on a towering mountain. There were guards around the castle. Roar! At the sight of the castle, Lu Ming let out a loud roar that echoed in the night sky. Who is it? The guards of the castle discovered Lu Ming instantly. Kill! Lu Ming roared loudly. He flapped his black wings and rushed towards the castle. This is the Lu clan's castle. Stop right there. Ah! The guard shouted, but at the next moment, he screamed in pain as he was killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming dashed past them and more than 10 corpses fell to the ground. Enemy attack. The entire castle was alarmed. The war drums sounded, and experts flew out of the castle one after another. The 4th, 5th, 6th, and all the way to the 8th level of the martial royal realm. These people flew out and charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming roared and rushed into the crowd. A moment later, these experts were all dead. Demon! Someone shouted in fear and retreated frantically. Close the gate and activate the formation. Someone shouted in the castle. Then, the gate of the castle closed and a large formation rose. Kill! Lu Ming dashed toward the castle and punched the array. Boom! The array shattered immediately. Lu Ming dashed past it and the gate of the castle exploded. Lu Ming rushed into the castle and started a massacre. A demon! Run, quickly run! The entire castle was in chaos. Countless people rushed out in all directions. Demon, I'm going to kill you. An elder at the 9th level of the martial royal realm charged at Lu Ming and was killed in one move. It seemed that the LV9 martial royal realm was the strongest in this castle. The others were all below LV9 martial royal realm. Mother, mother, I'm scared. Not far away, a tender cry was heard. It was a 6 or 7-year-old girl who looked extremely cute. Her small face was flushed red and she was extremely frightened at this moment. She was tightly hugging a young woman beside her. Xiang, the young woman hugged the little girl tightly and looked at Lu Ming in horror, wanting to retreat. Roar! Die! Lu Ming roared. His figure was like the wind as he rushed toward the little girl and the young woman. He clawed the little girl. Cloud Dragon Valley Master takes action. Mother, the little girl hugged the young married woman tightly. Her big eyes were filled with fear but were also filled with innocence as she looked at Lu Ming. At the sight of this pair of eyes, Lu Ming suddenly stopped. This pair of frightened and innocent eyes seemed to have touched Lu Ming's heartstrings. Lu Ming's rationality, which had been completely drowned by the murderous intent, recovered a little. No, I can't kill innocent people. The little bit of rationality he had left roared. Kill, kill, kill. There was even more boundless killing intent. Loud roars rang in Lu Ming's mind, urging him to slaughter the world. Don't kill my mother. The little girl was very scared. She hugged the young girl tightly and looked at Lu Ming with her big eyes. She spoke in a trembling voice. No, I can't kill him. I can't kill him. Lu Ming roared in his heart. His face turned extremely ferocious. Roar. In the end, Lu Ming let out a terrifying howl and his figure soared into the sky. He flew frantically into the distance and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Xiang, the young woman hugged the young girl, her tears falling like rain, her whole body trembling in fear. Lu Ming roared as he flapped his black wings frantically. At this moment, the only trace of rationality left in his heart was engaged in an intense battle with the endless killing intent. Not far away, a white light flashed and bubbles appeared. They looked at Lu Ming worriedly. Bubbles. Leave, quickly leave. Lu Ming roared. He was afraid that if he lost control, he would even kill Bubbles. Chirping. Bubbles shook her head and looked at Lu Ming from afar. Lu Ming roared and continued to fly forward. He felt that he couldn't control himself anymore. The endless killing intent was about to drown his rationality again. He was about to turn back into a killing machine. He was unwilling, but the endless killing intent was too strong, and it kept attacking his rationality. At this moment, he only wanted to kill all the living beings in the world. Whoosh! Lu Ming was like a black lightning bolt, flying across the sky. After flying for an unknown distance, a huge forest appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. In the forest, the ferocious beasts roared and were full of vitality. Kill! Lu Ming could no longer control himself. He rushed into the forest and tore a 7th-grade emperor tiger into two. Lu Ming's killing intent grew even stronger as he bathed in blood. His last shred of rationality was once again drowned by the killing intent. All that was left was to kill. Lu Ming was hunting the ferocious beasts in the forest crazily. One by one, the powerful beasts died at Lu Ming's hands. Roar! A half-saint giant bear tried to slap Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming punched through the bear's palm and cut off its head with his black wings. At this moment, Lu Ming's strength was so powerful that he could kill a half-saint instantly. One by one, the ferocious beasts in this huge forest fell to the ground. Lu Ming was bathed in blood and had killed countless ferocious beasts. At this moment, a gentle-looking elder suddenly appeared in the sky above the forest. This elder was actually Lu Ming's master, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Ming-er. Even the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes flashed with shock when he saw Lu Ming. What kind of power is this? Bloodline? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master frowned. Chirping. At that moment, Bubbles appeared not far from the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. He waved his little claws, cried out, and gestured non-stop. Spacetime Spirit Mouse. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes revealed a hint of shock as he muttered, Ming-er is really lucky. Even the spacetime spirit mouse is with him. But sometimes, the more lucky you are, the deeper your tribulation will be. It's really difficult. With that, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master turned to Bubbles and said, "Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to Ming-er." With that, he took a step forward and walked toward Lu Ming. At that moment, Lu Ming had also discovered the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. His eyes burst with a shocking killing intent. With a loud roar, he charged at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. With a flap of his black wings, he brought with him a violent gust of wind as he slashed at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's expression was gentle. He pointed his finger like a sword and sliced it slightly. A beam of sword chi appeared and slashed at the black wings. The black wings were blocked, but Lu Ming roared and punched at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. "Ming-er, wake up!" The Cloud Dragon Valley Master shouted, and the sound waves surged towards Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body was sent flying and his head was buzzing. "I'll give you strength." At this moment, the voice from the third bloodline rang out in Lu Ming's mind again. An even stronger force surged into Lu Ming's body, making him look even more ferocious and full of killing intent. Bang! Lu Ming took a step in the void and charged madly at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. The power of the bloodline. What kind of bloodline is this? It's so strange. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master frowned. With a wave of his hand, a huge palm appeared in the air and pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming let out a long hiss. A blood-red light burst forth from his body and rushed toward the large hand. Boom! Lu Ming was crushed by the huge hand and his body was sent flying. He crashed into the ground and created a huge pit. The giant hand trembled and then cracked. What powerful strength! The Cloud Dragon Valley Master murmured as his vital essence surged. A mysterious force was controlled by the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, forming a huge claw that grabbed at Lu Ming. That was the power of the laws. This time, the huge claw contained the power of laws. Roar! Lu Ming roared and rushed out of the crater. The blood-red light around him almost materialized and blasted towards the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's hand. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled and invisible waves of air swept in all directions. The giant trees within hundreds of miles were swept away and exploded. This level of destructive power was already extremely shocking. One had to know that this was the Yuan continent, not the Divine Wilderness. If this was in the Divine Wilderness continent, this power would have caused the ground to crack and split open for millions of miles. Lu Ming was sent flying once again. The huge hand only trembled a little but did not dissipate. It continued to move toward Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming rushed forward again. His body had cracked due to the influx of too much power into his third blood meridian, and blood was flowing out continuously. After all, there was a limit to the strength of Lu Ming's body. He had already endured too much power and could not channel more power. Otherwise, his body would collapse. Lu Ming threw another punch at the giant palm. He was sent flying again, but this time, a second palm formed behind him and grabbed him. Lu Ming roared and struggled with all his might, trying to break free from the palm. Suppress! The Cloud Dragon Valley Master murmured. He clenched his fist in the air and burst with power, grabbing Lu Ming tightly. No matter how Lu Ming struggled, he could not break free. His cultivation was far inferior to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's. Ice Seal. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master continued to speak. A terrifying cold air emanated from his palm, and Lu Ming's body was immediately covered in a layer of ice. Sealed in ice for half a year, Lu Ming roared. Blood-red light burst forth and shattered the ice, but more ice covered Lu Ming's body. Gradually, the ice on Lu Ming's body grew thicker and thicker. In the end, it turned into a huge ice block, sealing Lu Ming inside. Lu Ming's body was frozen and he could not move at all. The terrifying cold air seeped into his body and mind, as if it was going to freeze his killing intent. Then, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master waved his hand and a round pearl flew out. It floated above Lu Ming's head and endless cold air continuously poured in, solidifying the ice. Chirping. Bubbles cried out and flew near the ice block, her face filled with worry and concern. "All right, I'll suppress Ming Heir's killing intent with my saint weapon. I'll take him back to Dragon God Valley and put him in the 10,000-year-old ice jade. I'll use the ice jade's cold air to erase Ming Heir's killing intent. Little guy, come back to Dragon God Valley with me," the Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. "All right." Pow Pow nodded and landed on the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's shoulder. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master waved his hand and kept the ice block that sealed Lu Ming. He took a step forward and left the place. Not long after, the Valley Master of Cloud Dragon Valley returned to Dragon God Valley and placed Lu Ming in the 10,000-year ice jade. He used the cold air of the ice jade to erase the cold air on Lu Ming's body. Time flew by, and the days went by. Not long after, the treasure sealing assembly ended, and the news of the event also spread throughout the Azure region. This time, it was still the Tianshan sect that suppressed everyone and seized the throne of the first place. The two ancient treasures continued to be kept by the Tianshan sect. In this time's treasure auction, the Tianshan sect had displayed an even more terrifying strength. The Divine Child, number 1 of the 10 demon-level geniuses, lived up to his name. He continued to take first place, suppressing all the other demon-level geniuses, and stood at the peak of the Azure region's younger generation. No one could match him. The most shocking thing was that a new heaven's favorite had appeared in the Tianshan sect. His strength was terrifying, second only to the deity, and he had obtained the second place in this competition. From then on, the top 10 geniuses of the Azure continent were reshuffled, and the Tianshan sect occupied the first 2 places. It could be said that their limelight was unparalleled. The matter of Lu Ming challenging the Divine Sun in 3 years was pushed to the forefront of the news. There was news that the Divine Sun had returned to the Tianshan sect after the end of the treasure auction and was preparing to enter seclusion to break through to the Saint Realm. With the deity's talent and his many years of cultivation in the half-saint realm, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to break through to the Saint Realm. 3 years later, what would Lu Ming have to compete with the Divine Sun who had reached the Saint Realm? Many people even said that it was impossible for Lu Ming to have a chance to compete with the Divine Sun. If he participated in the treasure-fixing assembly, he would most likely be killed by the demon who was ranked second in the Divine God sect. In this time's treasure auction, Dragon God Valley had suffered heavy losses. Many powerful heaven's favorites were killed by the Tianshan sect. Even Zi Feng, one of the top 10 monstrous talents, returned with serious injuries. In the Azure region, almost every place was talking about what had happened in this year's treasure sealing assembly. It was only after several months that the storm slowly calmed down. Of course, Lu Ming did not know about all this. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Lu Ming had been frozen in the 10,000-year ice jade for half a year. On this day, a cracking sound came from the 10,000-year ice jade. Finally, it completely cracked. Lu Ming's eyes, which had been closed for half a year, opened. There was still a faint trace of killing intent in his eyes, but it disappeared in a flash and was concealed by Lu Ming. "Where am I?" Lu Ming looked around and realized that he was in an underground ice cellar. There were cold ice blocks everywhere. His eyes revealed a trace of confusion. He only remembered that when he was besieged by evil spirit, he had no choice but to borrow the power of the third bloodline. In the end, he was drowned by the endless killing intent and completely lost his mind. Later on, because of a little girl, he regained some of his rationality and rushed into a forest. He could not remember what happened after that. What happened after that? "Ming you're awake." At this moment, a gentle voice sounded. An old man walked over. "Master." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The old man was his master, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. "Master, did you save me?" Lu Ming stood up and bowed to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master as he asked curiously. I have left a mark on you and your fellow disciples. Within a certain range, I can sense it. Fortunately, you were not too far from Dragon God Valley, so I sensed it and rushed over immediately. If you were too far away, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Lu Ming felt a lingering fear. It was true. If the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had not saved him, he would have been reduced to a killing machine. The final result would have been to be besieged and killed by other experts. Chirping. At that moment, a screech was heard. A white light shot out from the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's shoulder and flew into Lu Ming's arms. It was Bubbles. At this moment, Bubbles was curled up in Lu Ming's arms. Its furry body rubbed against Lu Ming's body with all its might. Bubble. Lu Ming stroked Bubbles' soft fur and felt very sorry. He must have hit Bubbles back then. Master, how long have I been asleep? Lu Ming asked. It's been half a year. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Half a year. Lu Ming was shocked. He did not expect that he would sleep for half a year. My cultivation. Lu Ming sensed his cultivation and realized that he had a breakthrough. He was at the peak of the 5th level Martial Emperor realm back then. Now, he had actually broken through to the early stage of the 6th level Martial Emperor realm. He had probably digested a little of the endless energy in the bloodline. The energy in the 10,000-year ice jade had also surged into his body, pushing his cultivation to break through in the past half a year. My chaos domain has also reached level 6. Lu Ming thought to himself. Ming what happened to you back then? Why did he completely enter the slaughter status? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master asked. Master, on my way back from the Tsang Mountains, I was ambushed by evil spirit cult. Following that, Lu Ming told him everything that had happened in the past. Evil spirit, it's actually evil spirit. It seems like evil spirit has really revived. Ming perhaps it's because of your performance in the Tsang Mountains that evil spirit has set their eyes on you. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes turned solemn. In being targeted by evil spirit? Lu Ming frowned. The evil spirit cult specializes in hunting people with the potential to become emperors, or even great emperors. Perhaps they think you have the potential to become an emperor, so they sent people to kill you. Cloud Dragon Valley guessed. Maybe. Lu Ming muttered. However, he felt that it was not that simple. Perhaps it had something to do with the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. Back then, he had used the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel to destroy Elder Mo Hun's physical body. Elder Mo Hun might not have died. Ming so you're saying that the reason you entered that slaughter status was entirely because of your bloodline? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Yes, I am. Lu Ming nodded. I've never heard of such a bloodline. There's actually such a strange bloodline in this world. Ming in the future, try not to use this bloodline as much as possible. In fact, you might even not use it. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Chapter 1560 Traveling the World. Lu Ming nodded. The third bloodline was too strange. He felt a lingering fear in his heart. The third bloodline, the endless blood sea, and the giant face above the blood sea. What was that? How could there be such a bizarre bloodline in this world? It was completely different from any other bloodline. It was impossible for any other bloodline to possess such fearsome power. Furthermore, it seemed to have its own will. Ming although I've sealed you in the 10,000-year-old ice jade and used it to erase your killing intent, some of it has already seeped into the depths of your heart and even your soul. This is also a potential danger. In the future, you might be affected by this hidden killing intent and slowly change your personality to become a bloodthirsty person. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Master, what should I do? Lu Ming asked. Go out and gain experience. Walk in the world and nature, temper your heart, and use the chi of the world and nature to eliminate the killing intent in the depths of your soul. Only in this way can you truly get rid of the influence of the killing intent on you. It will also be of great help to your future cultivation. To become a saint, you need to master the divine law, which is also in the world and nature. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Yes, Master. Lu Ming nodded. Go out and train for a year. A year later, you'll return to Cloud Dragon Valley and it'll send you to a place. That place might be of greater help to you when you defeat the Divine Child in 2.5 years. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Clearly, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master already knew that Lu Ming had challenged the Divine Son. Master, what place is it? Lu Ming was curious. It's a place full of endless dangers and opportunities. Before you go there, you must erase the killing intent in the depths of the spiritual God. Otherwise, you'll probably be affected by it and become a bloodthirsty person. You'll know when you come back in a year. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Lu Ming was helpless and could only give up. That's right, Master. There seems to be an expert from the intentionless saber sect among the people from Evil Spirit. Lu Ming suddenly said. The intentionless saber sect? It seems that some sects have already been infiltrated by Evil Spirit. I will discuss this with the Valley Master and the other sect masters. You don't have to worry too much. Alright, go out. 7th and 8th, we've been waiting for you. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master began to frown, but he soon smiled. Lu Ming nodded. This matter concerned the top sect of the Azure Continent. With his current strength, he could only reveal the news. He couldn't interfere with anything more. He believed that the sect leaders of the top sects in the Azure Continent would be more concerned about the fact that Evil Spirit had infiltrated them. There was no need for him to worry. Senior brother Tian Shui and senior sister Shui. Then, Lu Ming revealed a smile on his face. He followed the Cloud Dragon Valley Master out of the ice cave and came to a glacier valley. This place was still a part of Cloud Dragon Valley. 2 figures were waiting outside. They were Tian Shui and Xuanixin. Little junior brother, you're finally awake. It's great that you're fine. Little junior brother, you've been sleeping for half a year. When Tian Shui and Xuanixin saw Lu Ming, they smiled. 7th senior brother, 8th senior sister, long time no see. Lu Ming smiled as well. He then swept his gaze across the room and said, Congratulations, senior brother and sister. Your cultivation has broken through to LV7 Martial Emperor realm. In half a year's time, Tian Shui and Xuanixin's cultivation had improved greatly. They had already reached the 7th level of the Martial Royal Realm and had entered the ranks of high-level Martial Royal Realm. If we don't hurry up, junior brother will catch up with us. Tian Shui laughed. You guys can chat first. If you go out, you don't need to report to me. You can just come back a year later. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. He took a step forward and disappeared. Little junior brother, let's go. We haven't seen each other for half a year. Let's go and have a few drinks. Tian Shui grinned. All right. Lu Ming readily agreed. The 3 of them went to Tian Shui's cave abode. Tian Shui took out more than 10 jars of fine wine. Xuanixin was very forthright. She picked up a jar and drank it in one go. Junior sister, drink slowly. I don't have that much wine for you to drink like this. Tian Shui eagerly said. Stingy. Xuanixin disdainfully glanced at Tian Shui, causing Tian Shui's face to turn bitter. Lu Ming laughed heartily and picked up a jar of fine wine. The 3 of them drank to their heart's content. After 3 rounds of drinks, Lu Ming bade farewell to Tian Shui and Xuanixin, then strode out of Cloud Dragon Valley. After a while, a beam of light cut through the void. Lu Ming stepped on the air and left Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming did not take the space-breaking flying shuttle as it was meaningless. Lu Ming did not have a goal for this trip. As the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had said, he wanted to walk in the natural world and borrow the chi of nature to wear down the killing intent in the depths of his soul. Chirping. In Lu Ming's arms, the bubble called out. It opened its mouth and a long spear flew out from it. Black Dragon Spear. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Back then, when they were surrounded by many evil spirit cult experts, Lu Ming had thrown out the Black Dragon Spear and killed one of them. He did not manage to retrieve it in time, and it turned out that it had been kept by Pow Pow. Lu Ming grabbed the Black Dragon Spear and kept it in his sea of consciousness. Thank you, Bubble. Lu Ming touched Bubble's furry little head. Paoba called out softly, revealing a comfortable expression. Then, she opened her mouth and 5 weapons flew out. All of them were saint weapons. A battle blade, a battle sword, an iron rod, a small mountain, and a pagoda. It was the holy weapon that evil spirit had used to kill Lu Ming. Huh, Bubble, you're amazing. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He waved his hand and put away the 5 holy weapons. Following that, a few dozen more storage rings flew out from its mouth. Needless to say, they were all storage rings left behind by the people who had besieged Lu Ming. Lu Ming was overjoyed and kept all of them. Then, he took out all the spirit herbs and fed them to Bubbles. Bubbles took a ginseng that was even bigger than his body and gnawed on it. Bubbles' cultivation base is also progressing very quickly. Lu Ming sensed carefully with a smile on his face. The Titan Longhorn Beetle had given Bubbles a time and space spinel back then. With the help of the spinel, Bubbles had improved rapidly. Lu Ming's flying speed was not fast. After he left the Dragon God Valley, his speed became even slower. He had no purpose and just flew as he pleased. If he sensed something or was thinking about something, he would stop. Sometimes, when he saw the beautiful scenery, his mood was lifted. He would stop and enjoy the beautiful scenery. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Suddenly, Lu Ming looked ahead and his expression changed. In front of them, there was a huge fortress on a towering mountain. Lu Ming's thoughts could not help but go back to half a year ago. When he was drowned by the murderous intent, he had fought his way into a castle. That castle was the one in front of him. He didn't expect that he would come to this place again. Chapter 1561 Life Form. Back then, Lu Ming had been completely drowned by his killing intent. He had lost all sense of self-awareness and had fallen into a frenzy of killing. Later, because of a little girl, he became a little more clear-headed and stopped killing. But it was too late. By that time, many people in this castle had already died in his hands. It was also because he had recovered a bit of his consciousness that he had some impression of this castle. Since you're here, let's go pay our respects. Lu Ming sighed slightly. The people in this castle could be said to have no grudges with him, but he had killed many of them. Lu Ming felt guilty. Lu Ming had always been a person who drew a clear line between gratitude and grudges. He would take revenge for grudges and repay kindness for kindness. He would never kill the innocent. The people he had killed were all people who had enmity with him or wanted to kill him. Lu Ming would never have done that if he had not been influenced by his endless killing intent. At the thought of this, Lu Ming stepped forward. Who's there? This is the Lu clan's castle, stop. As they neared the castle, a few burly men flew out and stood in front of Lu Ming, looking at him warily. The Lu clan? You have the same surname as me. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He cupped his fists and said, I'm Lu Ming, a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. I heard that the Lu clan fort was attacked half a year ago, and many people were killed or injured. I'm here to pay my respects. Are you a disciple of the Dragon God Valley? The few burly men's expressions changed. That's right, this is my identity token. Lu Ming took out the Dragon God Valley identity token and handed it to the other party. The other party took a look, and his expression eased a lot. He said, so it's the disciple of Dragon God Valley. I've been disrespectful. This place was not very far from Dragon God Valley. Small forces like them were still in awe of a big sect like Dragon God Valley. My ancestors used to be friends with the Lu clan. I'm here to pay my respects when I heard the bad news about the Lu clan. Lu Ming repeated. Yes. Half a year ago, the Lu clan was suddenly attacked by a demon and suffered heavy casualties. I wonder if the demon was sent by our enemy. Young master, please follow me. One of the burly men sighed, then made a pleased gesture and walked forward. Lu Ming felt helpless. The devil that the other party was referring to was naturally him. He followed the burly man and flew for a while before arriving at the back of the castle. There were many tombstones here. Half a year ago, more than 100 people died and were all buried here. The burly man said. Lu Ming looked at the tombstones, then cupped his fists and bowed deeply. Although Lu Ming had no choice that day, it was still his fault. From now on, the Lu clan's fort's matters are Lu Ming's matters. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Big brother, it's you? Suddenly, a crisp and tender voice sounded. Lu Ming turned around and was shocked. A young woman and a little girl of 6 or 7 years old were standing not far away. The little girl was looking at Lu Ming with her big, black eyes. This little girl was the one who helped Lu Ming regain his consciousness during the massacre. The young woman was the little girl's mother. Big brother. The little girl called out again. In her large eyes, there was a hint of fear, but there was more curiosity. This little girl recognized me. Lu Ming's heart trembled. He felt that it was somewhat unbelievable. Half a year ago, when the power of the third bloodline surged in, Lu Ming's appearance was completely different from now. Back then, his eyes and hair were blood red, and his body was covered with bone spikes. He looked like a demon. Even his aura was completely different. Even a martial arts powerhouse would not be able to recognize Lu Ming. This little girl did not seem to have started cultivating. How could she recognize him? Xiang, do you know this big brother? The little girl's mother asked. The little girl nodded and didn't say much. Young madam, this is an expert from the Dragon God Valley. His ancestors used to be friends with the Lu clan. He has heard of the bad news and is here to pay his respects. The burly man explained. So you're a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. Thank you for coming to pay your respects. The young woman bowed to Lu Ming. You're welcome. Lu Ming returned the salute with cupped fists. He then looked at the little girl and said, What's your name? My name is Xiang, Lu Xiang. The trace of fear in the little girl's eyes slowly faded. She looked at Lu Ming curiously. Xiang, good name. Lu Ming said. At this moment, his eyes emitted a strange glow as he sized up the little girl. He was very curious about this little girl. How did the other party recognize him? Moreover, this little girl was able to make him recover from the killing. It was definitely not because of her young age that Lu Ming felt compassion for her. Back then, he had completely lost his mind and had no compassion. All he had was to kill. There must be another reason. Lu Ming was now casting a secret skill. This secret skill was obtained from the memory fragments of the 9 dragons. When this secret skill was used, it could roughly see a person's physique and check a person's talent. Of course, this was under the condition that the other party didn't resist with true essence at all. In Lu Ming's eyes, Lu Xiang had changed. She seemed to have turned into a ball of light, a ball of dazzling radiance, filled with endless vitality. What a strange physique. What an amazing physique. After a long while, Lu Ming removed the secret skill and his eyes were filled with surprise. A peerless genius. This little girl was simply a peerless genius. She was more talented than any other geniuses that Lu Ming had met. She was like a piece of unpolished jade that had not been carved. Even Lu Ming was shocked by the vast vitality hidden deep in his body. Could it be the legendary body of life? Lu Ming thought of a legend and he was shocked. In this world, there were some terrifying physiques that were born from birth. It was difficult to discover them unless one had special means. However, they were universally shocking. The body of life was one of them. If it's a living body, then it can explain why the other party was able to make me regain a trace of consciousness. It can also explain why the other party was able to recognize me. Lu Ming's thoughts were flying. The body of life was astonishingly sensitive to all kinds of living creatures. As long as he could recognize a person through their life characteristics, this was a talent that outsiders could not learn. The two of you, Lu Ming has something to do and would like to have a private chat with Xiangxiang. Is that all right? Lu Ming said to the young woman and the middle-aged man. The young woman was a little hesitant. Don't worry. I can see that Xiangxiang is very talented and have the intention to take her as my disciple. So, I have a few questions to ask. Lu Ming explained. Take Xiangxiang as a disciple? The young woman's eyes lit up. Lu Ming was an outstanding disciple of Dragon God Valley. If Xiangxiang Bela could be her disciple, she would naturally be happy. All right, young master, please ask. The young woman hurriedly said before leaving with the large man, standing in the distance and looking over. Only Lu Ming and Xiangxiang remained at the scene. Xiangxiang, since you know who I am, aren't you afraid of me? Don't you hate me? Lu Ming looked at Xiangxiang Bela and asked. Lu Ming's first true disciple, I'm not afraid. Xiangxiang Bela shook her head and said, I know that Big Brother didn't do it on purpose. You didn't have a choice. That's why Xiangxiang Bela isn't afraid of Big Brother now. She also doesn't hate Big Brother. Xiangxiang Bela spoke. Her voice was very tender, but it was reasonable. Big Brother thanks Xiangxiang. Then, this matter will be a secret between the two of us. Xiangxiang, don't tell anyone, not even your mother, okay? Lu Ming said gently. All right, Xiangxiang won't say it. If Xiangxiang says it, mother and the others will be afraid of Big Brother. Xiangxiang Bela shook her head. Her small braids swayed, and she looked very cute. Good Xiangxiang. Xiangxiang, Big Brother will take you in as a disciple and teach you martial arts. What do you think? Lu Ming smiled. To be honest, Lu Ming was really tempted to take him in as a disciple. The body of life was too shocking. If other people knew about this, countless experts would fight to take Xiangxiang as their disciple. Even some great emperors would fight to take her as their disciple. Lu Ming did not want to miss out on such a good opportunity. Perhaps, this was karma, fate. Good, Xiangxiang has long wanted to cultivate martial arts. Xiangxiang Bela happily nodded her head. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He then nodded at the young woman in the distance and the two of them flew over. The two of you, Lu Ming has the intention to take Xiangxiang as his disciple, and she has agreed. Lu Ming said. Thank you, young master. Xiangxiang, why aren't you kneeling to pay respects to master? The young woman was overjoyed. Xiangxiang Bela pays her respects to master. Xiangxiang Bela knelt down obediently and kowtowed to Lu Ming, acknowledging him as her master. Quickly get up. Lu Ming hurriedly helped Xiangxiang Bela up, feeling overjoyed. Then, he stretched out his finger and touched the space between Xiangxiang Bela's eyebrows. A ray of light flashed and disappeared. Xiangxiang, I've passed on a cultivation technique to you. Your physique should be very suitable for this step of the cultivation technique. In the future, cultivate according to this cultivation technique. Lu Ming said. The cultivation technique that he had just passed on to Xiangxiang was called the Universal Scripture. It was also a cultivation technique from the Nine Dragons' memory. It was very brilliant and mysterious. However, Lu Ming's physique did not match it and he could not cultivate it at all. However, it was the best to pass it on to Xiangxiang as a foundation. Lu Ming took Xiangxiang as his disciple and taught her cultivation techniques. The young woman was very happy. She felt that she had become more familiar with Lu Ming and started chatting with him. Through their conversation, Lu Ming learned that the young woman's name was Lu Wanjun. Xiangxiang's mother was the young madam of the Lu clan. Xiangxiang's father was the young master of the Lu clan. However, he had passed away a few years ago when he was out adventuring. Xiangxiang Beilao's grandfather was the clan head of the Lu clan fort. Back then, when Lu Ming went berserk and attacked, Xiangxiang Beilao's grandfather was in seclusion, so he managed to escape. Lu Ming secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, the person closest to Xiangxiang Beila did not die in his hands. Otherwise, Xiangxiang Beila might have a grudge against him. Thump. 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 At that moment, a loud drum sound was heard from the Lu clan fort. It was the sound of war drums. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The Zhao family, it's the Zhao family. An anxious shout was heard as figures rushed out of the Lu clan's fort. At the same time, the entire Lu clan's fort glowed with a brilliant light as the formation was activated. Lu Wanjun and the middle-aged man's expressions changed. The Zhao clan is here again, damn it. The middle-aged man was furious. I'm afraid that they're not here with good intentions. Lu Wanjun's expression was grave. Young madam, you guys stay here. I'll go take a look. The middle-aged man flew toward the front of the castle and met up with the other people from the Lu clan. Let's go and take a look, let's go, Lu Ming said as he held Xiangxiang Beilao's hand and walked forward. Lu Wanjun quickly followed. There were already many figures standing in front of the Lu clan's fort. They were all experts from the Lu clan. However, Lu Ming noticed that there were not many experts at a glance. There were pitifully few high-level martial emperors above the 7th-level martial emperor realm. The leader of the group was an old man with white hair and a white beard. He seemed to be at LV8 martial royal realm. Grandpa. Xiangxiang Beila called out softly as she looked at the old man. Outside the Lu clan's fort, there was a huge warship. The warship was towering and menacing, and a terrifying aura emanated from it. Buzz. A burly middle-aged man stepped out of the warship. His aura was violent and his cultivation was at LV8 martial royal realm. This is Zhao Tianba, the head of the Zhao family. Lu Wanjun stood beside Lu Ming and whispered. Old Lu, I've given you a month's time. Have you thought about it? Hurry up and surrender to the Zhao family. Zhao Tianba's voice reverberated throughout the entire Lu clan fort. Don't even think about it. Xiangxiang Beilao's grandfather shouted. Zhao Tianba's face darkened. If you don't surrender, I'll kill every single one of you in the Lu clan fort. Boom. The aura on Zhao Tianba's body became even more violent, and it pressed towards Xiangxiang Beilao's grandfather. Xiangxiang Beilao's grandfather did not give in at all and used his aura to resist. What's going on? Lu Ming asked Lu Wanjun. Half a year ago, the Lu clan encountered a great disaster. A demon descended upon us and many high-level martial royal realm experts died in our hands. Our strength was greatly weakened. The Zhao clan took advantage of this and tried to take over the Lu clan. They came here once a month and said that they would give the Lu clan a month to consider. Otherwise, they would raze the Lu clan to the ground. Lu Wanjun explained. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. In the world of martial Dao, the strong preyed on the weak. Regardless of whether it was a large sect or a small faction, it was the same. Without strength, one would be swallowed up by other factions. Weren't the 13 top powers of the Azure continent the same? If a large number of sages in Dragon God Valley died, the Tianshan sect and other sects would immediately send people to annex Dragon God Valley. Old Lu, if the Lu family is looking for death, don't blame us. Don't think that you can stop the Zhao family with a broken formation. Zhao Tianba coldly said. Buzz. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. One figure after another flew out of the huge warship. The moment these figures flew onto the warship and stood in front of the Lu clan's fort, their powerful auras burst forth, forming a terrifying pressure. Many of them were high-level martial royal realm experts, above the 7th level. The terrifying aura made the people from the Lu clan's fort turn pale. So many experts. Did the Zhao clan turn out in full strength? They're determined to get our Lu clan fort. Many people from the Lu clan's fort spoke out, their voices trembling. The Lu clan had suffered heavy losses. How could they fight against the Zhao clan? Boom! An old man stepped out from the crowd of the Zhao clan. His terrifying aura spread out, causing the expressions of many people from the Lu clan to turn even uglier. LV9 Martial Royal Realm. The old man from the Zhao clan was a LV9 Martial Royal Realm expert. In forces like the Lu clan and the Zhao clan, LV9 Martial Royal Realm was the peak of existence and dominated everything. The Lu clan fort had a 9th level Martial Royal Realm Grand Elder. Unfortunately, he was killed by the demon half a year ago. Lu clan, if you don't surrender, then don't even spare a chicken or a dog. The 9th level Martial Royal Realm Elder from the Zhao clan spoke coldly as he struck his palm toward the Lu clan's castle. Take a blood oath, then get lost. The LV9 Martial Royal Realm expert from the Zhao clan attacked with a terrifying aura. A huge palm formed and covered the sky, shrouding the entire Lu clan fort. Boom! In the end, the huge palm landed on the Lu clan's fort's defensive formation. The defensive formation shook violently and only stabilized after a long time. It's blocked, it's blocked. Many people from the Lu clan fort were overjoyed. Their defensive formation had blocked the others' attack. How can a broken formation stop me? The 9th level Martial Royal Realm Elder from the Zhao clan said coldly. His palm glowed, and a spear appeared in his hand, emitting a terrifying sharp chi. A saint weapon? You have a saint weapon? Xiangxiang Beilao's grandfather shouted in shock. It's an honor for your Lu clan to be destroyed by my holy weapon. The LV9 Martial Royal Realm Elder from the Zhao clan laughed out loud. His vital essence burst out as he thrust his long spear toward the Lu clan's castle. Whoosh! The holy weapon spear seemed to grow in size rapidly. Like a pillar that reached the sky, it stabbed heavily into the defensive formation of the Lu clan's castle. Boom! The defensive formation of the Lu clan's fort began to shake violently. Kacha! In the end, a crack appeared on the defensive formation of the Lu clan's fort. The crack grew bigger and bigger until it finally exploded with a loud bang. The Lu clan's defensive formation had been broken. Everyone in the Lu clan fort turned as pale as a sheet. Now that there were only a few powerful cultivators in the Lu clan, how could they fight against the Zhao clan without their defensive formation? Could it be that the Lu clan fort was really going to wipe out all of them? Lu. Young Master Lu Ming, please wait a moment. Please take Xiangxiang away. You are a disciple of Dragon God Valley. The Zhao family would not dare to touch you. Lu Wanjin's face was pale and she looked at Lu Ming pleadingly. She only hoped that she could save Xiangxiang's life. Lu Ming shook his head. You don't want to? Lu Wanjun was in despair. Just tell the Zhao family to get lost. Lu Ming continued to speak and Lu Wanjin's eyes lit up. People of the Lu family, you're so stubborn. Kill. The elder at the LV9 Martial Royal Realm from the Zhao clan broke the Lu clan's defensive formation with a single spear strike. He was overbearing and arrogant. He wielded his holy spear like a god, ready to take the lives of the Lu family members. His spear was about to strike the Lu castle. The terrifying aura made Xiangxiang Beilao's grandfather, who was at the LV8 Martial Royal Realm, feel desperate. Boom! At this moment, a stone the size of a water tank flew out of the Lu clan's fort. It flew toward the LV9 Martial Royal Realm expert from the Zhao clan at a terrifying speed. Due to the high speed, the rock rubbed against the air and burned like a shooting star. The 9th-level martial royal realm expert from the Zhao clan changed his expression. He turned his saint weapon spear around and stabbed it at the rock. Boom! The rock exploded, but the elder's body shook and he couldn't help but retreat 3 steps. Who is it? The LV9 martial royal realm elder from the Zhao clan shouted with an unsightly expression. He was actually forced to take 3 steps back by a rock. Me! A clear voice rang out. Lu Ming rose into the air and stomped toward the 9th-level martial royal realm expert from the Zhao clan. Lu Ming had casually grabbed a stone from the side and threw it out. Although it was just an ordinary stone, it contained Lu Ming's quintessential essence and chaos domain. It was as heavy as a mountain and forced the other party to take 3 steps back. Young Master Lu Ming. Lu Wanjin's face turned pale. However, on second thought, Lu Ming was a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. The Zhao family would not dare to touch him. Kid, who are you? The 9th-level martial royal realm old man from the Zhao clan said coldly. You have no right to know who I am. Now, I'll give the Zhao clan a chance. If you realize the blood oath, you will never invade the Lu clan fort again. Then, get lost immediately. Lu Ming said calmly. Ha ha ha. Not only did his words make the 9th-level martial royal realm experts from the Zhao clan laugh, but even Zhao Tianba and the other members of the Zhao clan laughed. Who is this kid? What a big tone, you actually want us to take a blood oath and then get lost. I'm afraid this kid has gone mad, what a joke. Leave this kid to me. I'll kill a LV6 martial royal realm expert with one move. The crowd from the Zhao family laughed sarcastically. Who is this person? In the Lu clan fort, many people were also looking at each other. Family head, this man is called Lu Ming. He is a disciple of Dragon God Valley. He has even taken Xiangxiang as his disciple. The middle-aged man who had led the way for Lu Ming came to Xiangxiang Beilaw's grandfather and reported in a low voice. Disciples of Dragon God Valley. Xiangxiang Beilaw's grandfather's eyes lit up. Then, he sighed and said, it's a pity that his cultivation is too weak. He's only at the 6th level of the martial royal realm. However, he's a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. I don't think the Zhao family would dare to touch him. If there's a big battle later, let him take Xiangxiang away. He had the same thought as Lu Wanjun, which was to leave with Xiangxiang. The 6th-level martial emperor realm was too weak to turn the tide. It seems like you guys aren't leaving? Lu Ming said calmly. Nonsense. Today, well, make sure not a single chicken or dog is left in the Lu clan fort. No, well, leave the young woman behind. The 9th-level martial royal realm expert from the Zhao clan said coldly. Sigh, I didn't want to kill anyone during this period of time, but you guys just have to send yourselves to death. Lu Ming suddenly heaved a long sigh. During this period of time, he really didn't want to kill anyone, because if he wanted to kill someone, he had to be filled with killing intent. His killing intent would grow stronger if he used his killing intent. His main goal now was to obliterate the killing intent in the depths of his soul. But now, it seemed like he had no choice but to kill. Big words, I'll kill you first, die. The LV9 martial royal realm expert from the Zhao family shouted coldly. He wielded his holy spear and charged at Lu Ming. Be careful. Xiangxiang Beilaw's grandfather, Lu Wanjun, and the others couldn't help but shout. Buzz. At this moment, the black dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. A dragon's roar was heard as the black dragon spear burst out. A spear radiance clashed with the opponent's long spear. At the moment of collision, Lu Ming cast, storing power 13 strikes. The 13 attacks overlapped and exploded. The terrifying power passed through the spear and entered the man's body. The man screamed and was pushed back. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The hand that was holding the spear exploded because of the power. Now, with Lu Ming's cultivation at the 6th level of the martial emperor realm, it was very easy for him to deal with an ordinary 9th level martial emperor. Kill, die. Lu Ming shouted. A terrifying killing intent enveloped the other party. At the same time, he activated the divine sword technique and stabbed into the other party's spiritual god. Arg! The other party screamed as he felt like his soul was about to be torn apart. Whoosh! The spear radiance pierced through the void like a rainbow and pierced through the dantian of the LV9 martial royal realm elder from the Zhao clan, destroying his spiritual spirit in one fell swoop. Ah! The other party screamed and stopped breathing, his corpse falling to the ground. He was dead. A LV9 martial royal realm expert with a holy weapon was killed by Lu Ming in 2 moves. The entire place fell silent. Whether it was the people from the Zhao clan or the Lu clan, they were all dumbfounded. Chapter 1564 Deterrence. With a cultivation of LV6 martial royal realm, he had killed a LV9 martial royal realm expert with 2 moves. It was almost an instant kill. This was too shocking. He's a heaven's favorite, a peerless heaven's favorite. He must be a peerless heaven's favorite from Dragon God Valley. Xiangxiang Beilao's grandfather was so excited that his entire body was trembling. He was definitely a peerless heaven's favorite, and an extremely terrifying one at that. To be honest, he had lived for so long, but he had never heard of such a person. What else could he be if not a peerless heaven's favorite? That's amazing. Young Master Lu Ming is actually so powerful. Lu Wanjun was also dumbfounded. Then, at the thought that Lu Ming had already taken Xiangxiang as his disciple, she was extremely happy. For such a genius to take Xiangxiang as a disciple, this was Xiangxiang's great fortune. Buzz! Lu Ming reached out his palm and sucked the long spear of the LV9 martial royal realm elder into his hand. Do you all still want to continue fighting? Lu Ming looked at Zhao Tianba and the rest coldly. Zhao Tianba and the others all shivered, their faces pale. Fight again? How to fight? Even the Zhao clan's most powerful great elder, a LV9 martial royal realm expert who wielded a holy weapon, was killed by Lu Ming in 2 moves. What could they do to fight? Are you looking for death? If you don't want to fight, then make a blood oath that you will never invade the Lu clan. Let me tell you, Dragon God Valley will protect the Lu clan from now on. Lu Ming said coldly. You. Are you from the Dragon God Valley? Zhao Tianba spoke with great difficulty. Not bad. Lu Ming said. So, it's the pride of the Dragon God Valley. We were blind to not know that the Lu clan has a connection with the Dragon God Valley. We swear now that we will never invade the Lu clan ever again. Zhao Tianba hurriedly said. Upon hearing that Lu Ming was from Dragon God Valley, Zhao Tianba had completely given up on the idea of attacking the Lu clan. Lu Ming, who was only at the 6th level of the martial royal realm, could easily kill a 9th level martial royal realm expert. Such a heaven's favorite was definitely a rare one in Dragon God Valley. His status was not to be underestimated. If they disobeyed such a person, they would not dare to invade the Lu clan's castle even if they were given 100 times more guts, unless the Zhao clan wanted to be destroyed. At once, Zhao Tianba and the higher-ups of the Zhao clan swore a blood oath that they would never invade the Lu clan's castle again. Then, they boarded the warship and left. Who? The people from the Lu clan's fort heaved a long sigh of relief, knowing that they had dodged a calamity. Lu Zhenghao. Thank you for your help, young Master Lu Ming. Xiangxiang Beilao's grandfather came to Lu Ming and gave him a fist salute. Senior, you don't have to be so polite. I'm Xiangxiang's master, so I naturally won't sit idly by. Lu Ming said with a smile. Young Master Lu Ming, please come in. Lu Zhenghao quickly invited Lu Ming into the Lu clan fort. Lu Ming nodded and went into the Lu clan fort with Lu Zhenghao and the rest. Lu Zhenghao immediately ordered the servants to prepare a banquet to celebrate Xiangxiang's apprenticeship. After the banquet, Lu Ming, Lu Zhenghao, Lu Wanjun, and the higher-ups of the Lu clan sat on both sides of the hall. Of course, little Xiangxiang was beside Lu Wanjun. The higher-ups of the Lu family were overjoyed. Since Xiangxiang Bela was able to become Lu Ming's disciple, she could be considered to have established a connection with the Dragon God Valley. In the future, with the Dragon God Valley as her backing, no one would dare to touch the Lu clan's fort in this area. Xiangxiang, come here. Lu Ming looked at Xiangxiang. Xiangxiang Bela came to Lu Ming obediently. A storage ring appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He put it on Xiangxiang Bela and said, I have something to do during this period of time. I can't bring you back to Dragon God Valley to cultivate for a while. There are some spirit herbs and elixirs in here that can assist you in your cultivation. There are also some spirit weapons, inscription scrolls, and so on. You can keep them for your use. Thank you, Master. Xiangxiang Bela said obediently. Yes, I will be back in a year and take you back to Dragon God Valley. With that, Lu Ming's body glowed and he tapped the area between Xiangxiang Bela's eyebrows 3 times. I've left 3 marks on your body. Each mark has the power of a full-force attack from me. If anyone tries to harm you, the mark will appear and kill them. His words made some of the Lu clan's people's hearts tremble. They knew that Lu Ming's words were meant for them. Lu Ming had just given Xiangxiang a storage ring. With his status, he would definitely not hold back. Some people would inevitably be greedy. However, his words made some people's greed disappear completely. Clan head Lu, they'll be staying at the Lu clan fort for a few days. First, they'll bring Xiangxiang to cultivate and let her join us. Second, I know a little about the Tao of inscriptions. I'll set up a large array around the Lu clan fort in the next few days. Even a half-saint won't be able to break it in a short time. Lu Ming looked at Lu Zhenghao. Lu Zhenghao was overjoyed. He thanked Lu Ming repeatedly. Xiangxiang, follow me. Then, Lu Ming pulled Xiangxiang Bela, took a step forward, and disappeared. After a while, Lu Ming brought Xiangxiang Bela and appeared on a mountain peak not far away. Then, Lu Ming's glabella glowed, and Ming Lian walked out. Xiangxiang Bela looked at the 2 identical Lu Mings in astonishment. Her dark eyes were filled with curiosity. The second clone smiled and took a step forward. He appeared around the Lu clan's castle and began to inscribe a defensive formation. He had put in so much effort because, firstly, he felt guilty towards the Lu clan. Secondly, Xiangxiang was going to stay in the Lu clan for the next year. He was also thinking about her safety. The inscription clone began to inscribe the formation, while Lu Ming took over and taught Xiangxiang Bela how to cultivate. Before Xiangxiang Bela started cultivating, her bloodline had yet to awaken. Now, the first step was to help her awaken her bloodline and enter the first level of martial cultivation, the connective meridian level. Xiangxiang, sit properly and do as I say. Lu Ming instructed. Xiangxiang Bela sat cross-legged on the ground obediently. Lu Ming circulated his essential core and tapped a few hundred times around Xiangxiang Bela's body. Streams of essential core flowed into her body. After a while, Xiangxiang Bela's body started to emit a green radiance. What is this? At this moment, Lu Ming discovered a shocking scene. The grass around Xiangxiang Bela began to grow rapidly. In a short while, the grass had grown taller than Lu Ming and drowned him and Xiangxiang Bela. Lu Ming's essential core shook and the grass turned into powder. However, there were still grass growing on the ground, and the green light on Xiangxiang Bela's body was getting stronger. Buzz! At this moment, a green ball of light flew out from Xiangxiang's spine. On the green ball of light, there were 9 golden chakras that were shining. Divine level 9th rank bloodline, this. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This ball of light was, without a doubt, a bloodline. But wasn't this the first bloodline? How could it be a level 9 divine level expert? It had directly reached the highest level. What was going on? Lu Ming's spiritual sense entered Xiangxiang Beila's body and sensed it carefully. Amazing, it's really amazing. It seems like there's only one bloodline. Lu Ming's current cultivation level was very high. In addition to the secret skill and the 9 dragons' memory that could see through one's talent, he could naturally sense it very clearly. Xiangxiang Beila seemed to only have one bloodline. In the future, when she cultivated, she would not be like others who would awaken a second or third bloodline. No wonder she was a level 9 divine level expert the moment she appeared. Terrifying cultivation speed and NBSP hoo-hoo. After Xiangxiang Beila's bloodline appeared, wisps of green energy gathered around the mountain and between heaven and earth. They flowed into Xiangxiang Beila's body and began to flow through her meridians. Not long after, a ray of light shot into the sky. This is the first divine meridian. It's so fast. Lu Ming was slightly shocked. But then, the second and third light beams shot out. All 3 holy pulses had been opened. Lu Ming was already speechless. This speed was too shocking. Back then, when Lu Ming had just stepped into martial arts, he had spent a lot of effort to open up his 3 divine meridians. He had even used the true war dragon technique to open them up. But now, it had only been a few minutes, and Xiangxiang Beila had already opened up all 3 divine meridians. Once the 3 holy pulses were opened, Xiangxiang Beila's cultivation naturally entered the first realm of a martial artist, the warrior realm, and she reached the first grade warrior realm. However, this was far from over. Between the heaven and earth, there was a constant flow of green energy that gushed into Xiangxiang Beila's body. Xiangxiang Beila naturally circulated her universal scripture cultivation technique to absorb and refine the energy. Her petite body was completely enveloped in a ball of green light. You've already learned how to use the universal scripture? Lu Ming was getting more and more surprised. Hoo. The energy in the world was constantly being refined by Xiangxiang Beila. Her aura became stronger and stronger, and her cultivation level was also rising crazily. First grade, second grade, third grade. In less than half a day, Xiangxiang Beila's cultivation had reached the 9th grade warrior realm. Then, after a while, Xiangxiang Beila's body let out a loud sound. She had broken through to the first grade master realm. Lu Ming was already numb to it. He had just started cultivating, and in just half a day, his cultivation had already reached the 1 Dan master realm. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. Talent. This was what talent was. Lu Ming's own talent was far inferior to Xiangxiang Beila's. Lu Ming's mouth was about to split into a smile. He knew that he had picked up a treasure. This disciple's future achievements would most likely be extremely shocking. At this moment, Xiangxiang Beila's cultivation finally stopped increasing. She opened her eyes. Is this my bloodline? With a thought, Xiangxiang Beila's bloodline flew in front of her, and she started to examine it curiously. With a thought, her bloodline would fly into her spine and hide. It would then appear and hide again. She was having a lot of fun. How wonderful, my body. Xiangxiang Beila took a step forward and was a few meters away. Then, green true energy spread out from her body, and grass grew under her feet. Xiangxiang, in the future, try not to reveal your bloodline and cultivation in front of others, understand? Lu Ming urged. Xiangxiang Beila's current cultivation was still weak, and if she revealed too much of her abilities, she would probably be targeted by people with ill intentions. Yes, Xiangxiang understands. Xiangxiang Beila nodded obediently. For the rest of the time, Lu Ming began to impart his cultivation experience and a few martial arts techniques that were more suitable for Xiangxiang Beila to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Xiangxiang Beila's progress was simply too shocking. It was practically an increase of 1 realm a day. 7 days later, Xiangxiang Beila's cultivation had already reached the 7th grade master realm. However, as her cultivation level increased, Xiangxiang Beilao's improvement finally slowed down. At this moment, the inscription of the secondary body array was finally completed. It was time for Lu Ming to leave. Lu Ming took Xiangxiang and returned to the Lu clan fort. He found Lu Wanjun and Lu Zhenghao and handed Xiangxiang to them. Shizuan, Xiangxiang is waiting for you to come and pick me up. Xiangxiang Beila blinked her big black eyes and looked at Lu Ming. Of course. Lu Ming touched Xiangxiang Beilao's little head. He then bade farewell to Lu Zhenghao and Lu Wanjun and left the Lu clan fort. And NBSP hoo-hoo. As the wind blew on his face, Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. After passing through the mountains, they began to see cities. Lu Ming's body shape began to change as well. He turned into an ordinary young man with dark skin. Now that evil spirit had set its eyes on him, he naturally had to be more careful on this trip. It was the safest to travel in disguise. This time, he didn't have a goal and just walked casually. Sometimes, he would feel something and sit on the top of a mountain, watching the sun rise in the east and set in the west, watching the clouds roll and relax, and the sky filled with multicolored light. He sat there for a month. During this process, he didn't cultivate. Instead, he emptied his mind and forgot everything. It was as if he was one with nature. A month later, he left the place. In the middle of a volcano, Lu Ming sat cross-legged at the mouth of the volcano. He let the flames engulf his body and wear down the killing intent in the depths of his heart and soul. He was like an old monk in meditation. Another month passed. After that, he came to a land of ice and snow. He lay down on the glacier and let the snow cover his body, but he fell asleep. This sleep lasted for another month. Just like that, Lu Ming traveled all over the Tsang region, appreciating the different sceneries. His mind and body were empty, and he became one with nature. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a year's time was almost up. The Feng family village was a very small village with only a few dozen families. It was located in the far west of the Azure continent. In the village, in front of a wooden house, a dark-skinned young man was holding a piece of wood in his left hand and a small knife in his right hand. He was carving seriously. The knife flew in the young man's hand smoothly and harmoniously, as if it was one with nature. The wood splinters flew everywhere, and soon, a piece of wood turned into a woman, a peerless woman with the beauty to topple a country. Big brother Lu, is this your lover? It's so beautiful. A young girl, about 15 or 16 years old, with slightly dark skin, but healthy and beautiful, skipped over and looked curiously at the wooden statue in the young man's hand. This young man was naturally Lu Ming, who had traveled all over the Azure region. 3 months ago, Lu Ming had come to this small mountain village in the far west of the Azure region. This small mountain village was simple, natural, and sincere. Lu Ming liked this small mountain village very much. He settled down in this small mountain village and became a carpenter in the village. He would help the village fix the furniture, and when he had nothing to do, Lu Ming would carve some statues. Oh, really? The Ling girl is also very beautiful? Lu Ming smiled faintly. The young lady in front of him was called Feng Ling. She was the granddaughter of the village chief. Lu Ming's small wooden house was located near the village chief's wooden house. As they went back and forth, Lu Ming, Feng Ling, and the village chief were very familiar with each other. Oh, really? Hee hee. Feng Ling laughed excitedly, like a northern sparrow. Big brother Lu, you should also carve a statue for Feng Ling. Feng Ling looked at Lu Ming in anticipation. All right, I'll give it to you tomorrow. Lu Ming smiled and his gaze fell on the statue that he had just carved. The statue was Xia Nianking's appearance. The wooden statue gave off a faint fragrance that made one's mind calm and enter a state of emptiness. Chapter 1566 Phoenix Cry Phoenix Incense Wood. This small mountain village actually has so much phoenix incense wood. Lu Ming felt rather emotional. There were faint patterns on the wood. It looked like a phoenix. It was a very precious spirit wood, phoenix incense wood. The phoenix incense wood would emit a faint fragrance. Martial cultivators often carried it with them. It could calm one's heart and prevent inner demons from forming. It was very helpful for cultivation comprehension. Although it couldn't be compared to the path understanding ancient tree, it was still a very precious treasure. This small village actually had a lot of such spiritual wood. Some villagers even used it to make some furniture. It could be said to be extravagant. As a carpenter, Lu Ming had collected quite a lot of phoenix incense wood. He carved them into statues, accessories, and other items, planning to give them to his friends and family in the future. They would be of great help to his cultivation. The 1-year period is almost up. In a few days, I should leave and return to Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming thought to himself. He liked his life in this small mountain village very much. It was a memorable day, but he had to leave in the end. He didn't belong here. After nearly a year, Lu Ming had completely erased the killing intent in the depths of his soul. Now, his eyes were warm and pure, like a clear spring. In the past year, he had never deliberately cultivated. However, his cultivation base was still slowly rising. Now, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level martial royal realm, and his chaotic domain had also reached the peak of the 6th level. This year, he did not deliberately try to comprehend the chaos domain, but it was not like he did not gain anything. He felt that he was in perfect harmony with heaven and earth. As for the chaos realm, it was also comprehended from nature. He felt that as long as he spent some time, he would be able to upgrade the chaos realm to level 7. Moreover, because of his compatibility with nature, he would definitely be able to comprehend the chaos realm faster than before. Little brother Lu, Lingling, it's time to eat. A slightly aged voice sounded. It was the voice of the village chief, Grandpa Feng Ling. "I'm coming, Grandpa." Feng Ling responded and pulled Lu Ming. "Big brother Lu, let's go and eat. Grandpa has prepared a few bottles of good wine today." Lu Ming put away Xia Nianking's statue and followed Feng Ling into the village chief's small courtyard. "Little girl, you want to drink again?" A white-haired old man in his 60s looked at Feng Ling kindly and scolded her with a smile. "Grandpa, I'll just drink a little, just a little." Feng Ling ran in front of the old man, pulled his arm, and shook it hard. "Good, good, you little girl." The old man patted Feng Ling's little head lovingly. The 3 of them sat down, and the village chief poured 3 cups of wine for them to eat and drink. Buzz! Right at this moment, a bird's cry rang out from the distance, reverberating through the entire world. The 3 of them couldn't help but look towards the north. It's calling again. The phoenix is calling again. It's been half a month. I'm afraid this area will not be peaceful anymore. The village chief sighed. "Grandpa, is there really a divine phoenix in the heavenly wind plains?" Feng Ling asked curiously. "That's right, according to the ancient legends, there is indeed a divine phoenix in the heavenly wind plains," the village chief said. "Grandpa, why do I hear the phoenix cry like it's wailing in pain and despair?" Feng Ling said. "I feel the same way. I don't know what happened. I hope nothing happened." The village chief sighed, seemingly deeply worried. A divine bird phoenix? Lu Ming's gaze was also directed to the north. He frowned slightly. The heavenly wind plains was one of the 6 forbidden areas of the Tsang region, and this small village was not far from the heavenly wind plains. According to the village chief, the phoenix incense wood was blown out from the heavenly wind plains. However, since half a month ago, the cries of phoenixes could be heard from time to time in the heavenly wind plains. They were filled with despair and unwillingness. Buzz! Buzz! In the northern sky, a few rainbows flashed. Finally, a martial arts powerhouse has been attracted here. The village chief sighed as he also saw the rainbow lights. Soon, the 3 of them finished eating and drinking, and night fell. In the night sky, Lu Ming stood in mid-air, looking into the north. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. In the northern sky, rainbow lights would flash across the sky from time to time like meteors. Each rainbow light was a martial arts master. Lu Ming took a look and returned to the wooden house to rest. In the next few days, the cries of phoenixes continued to ring out, and more experts arrived. They could even see groups of powerhouses whistling through the sky. The phoenix had been chirping non-stop for half a month, so there must be something unusual. When the nearby experts heard the news, they would naturally dare to come and check. On the morning of the third day, Lu Ming rose into the air and flew north. Very soon, Lu Ming arrived at the outskirts of the breezy plains. It was a spectacular sight to see the heavenly wind plains from high up in the sky. The heavenly wind plain was filled with endless gales. Tornadoes as large as mountain ranges were howling in the heavenly wind plain, moving and breaking through the sky. There were countless giant tornadoes in the vast sky-gale plain. These tornadoes were so terrifying that even a saint would be cut into pieces if he were to enter. There had been many saints who had wanted to go in and explore, but they had all died inside. That was why the heavenly wind plains was known as one of the 6 forbidden areas of the Tsang state. However, the strange thing was that the tornadoes seemed to only move within a certain range and would not leave that range. The area outside the breezy plains was very calm, as if they were in 2 different worlds. Outside the heavenly wind plain, many people were standing in the air, looking at the plain, but no one dared to enter. The people from the Desire Poison sect and the Heaven God sect. Lu Ming muttered. He discovered that among the experts who came here, the Yudu sect and the Tianshan sect had the most people. This was also within reason. The Yudu sect and the Tianshan sect were located in the western part of the Tsang region and were the closest to this place. Naturally, the number of people who rushed here was the highest. There were also some scattered experts from small forces. At that moment, some uninvited guests arrived in the small mountain village. These were a few burly men who were floating above the village chief's wooden house. Their expressions were haughty, and their powerful auras enveloped the village chief and Feng Ling, causing their bodies to feel as if they were being pressed down by a huge mountain. From their clothes, they were obviously from the Tianshan sect. "Old man, I'll ask you a few questions. Answer me honestly." A middle-aged man with cold and arrogant eyes looked down at the village chief and said in a commanding tone. Yes, my lords, if there's anything you want to ask, just ask. This old man will definitely tell you everything he knows." The village chief hurriedly bowed and nodded. The village chief had lived for a long time, so he naturally knew how to deal with people. These people had strong cultivation, and they were at least at the martial emperor realm. Although their small village also cultivated, the village chief had the strongest cultivation, and he was only at the spiritual god realm. In front of these emperors, the village chief naturally had to be respectful. Chapter 1567. Stealing someone's tablet. The arrogant middle-aged man seemed to be satisfied with the village chief's attitude. He nodded and said, "Since you live here, do you know when the phoenix's cry in the heavenly wind plain started?" "About half a month ago, it was very loud, but now, it seems to be getting weaker and weaker." The village chief answered honestly. "Oh. Half a month ago? Do you have any legends about the heavenly wind plains in your village? Tell me in detail." The icily arrogant middle-aged man ordered. The village chief told him about the legend of the breezy plains in detail. After the village chief finished speaking, the few Heaven God sect disciples frowned and pondered. Then, their eyes swept across the village chief's courtyard, hoping to find some clues. All of a sudden, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He took a step forward and appeared in front of a chair in the courtyard. After taking a closer look, he revealed a surprised expression. "Phoenix incense wood, this is actually made of phoenix incense wood. To actually make a chair out of phoenix incense wood, this is simply a waste of God's gift." With that, he waved his hand and kept the chair. The other middle-aged men were envious as they looked around. That stool is also made of phoenix incense wood. And this bamboo steamer is also made of phoenix incense wood. The middle-aged men's eyes lit up, and their bodies flickered as they collected all the items. Huh, the bed inside too. The arrogant youth laughed and was about to rush into the room. Hey, how can you guys be like this? That's my bed. If you take it away, where will I sleep? Fong Ling couldn't help but call out. What did you just say? The icily arrogant middle-aged man turned around and a powerful aura pressed down on Fong Ling. Fong Ling's body trembled and she retreated continuously, blood flowing out of her mouth. However, Fong Ling was extremely stubborn and was about to speak again. The village chief quickly went forward and stopped Fong Ling. He cupped his fists towards the few burly men of the heavenly gods sect and said, "My lords, please forgive me. My granddaughter is still young and insensible. My lords are all heroic figures, please don't lower yourself to her level. Keep her mouth shut, or she won't even know how she died." The icily arrogant middle-aged man said coldly. The village chief naturally agreed. The icily arrogant middle-aged man walked into the room and kept Fong Ling's bed. Bang! And NBSP at this moment, a wooden house in another part of the village collapsed, sending dust and smoke into the air. A few green-robed youths took away a wooden pillar. Obviously, other than the few men from the heavenly gods sect, there were other people who had come to the village and found the phoenix incense wood. There's still more in the other houses. Let's go. Don't let the people from the Desire Poison sect finish taking them. When the few burly men of the Heaven Gods sect saw this, they immediately rushed to the houses of the other villagers. In their eyes, this village was simply a treasure trove. They had to plunder it clean before anyone else discovered it. A few burly men from the Heaven Deity sect rushed to the houses of the other villagers and started plundering them wantonly. Any villagers who tried to stop them would be sent flying with a slap. "Grandpa, what kind of big sect are these disciples from? They're like bandits." Fong Ling was indignant. "Sigh, the world of martial Tao has always been the law of the jungle." Village chief sighed, and in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed as he shouted, "No, that's the ancestral hall." After saying that, the village chief hurriedly rushed towards the largest stone house, and Fong Ling quickly followed. At this moment, the few burly men of the Heaven Gods sect and a few green-robed young men had already arrived in front of the stone house. Those memorial tablets inside are actually all phoenix incense wood. "We're rich, we're rich." A burly man from the Heaven Gods sect cried out in surprise. "That's ours." The green-robed young men's eyes lit up. "Don't even think about it, we found it first." The cold and arrogant middle-aged man from the Heavenly Gods sect said. The few of them strode forward and were about to rush into the stone house. My lords, please wait." The village chief rushed over and blocked the stone house. He bowed and paid his respects. "Old man, what are you doing? Get lost." The cold and arrogant middle-aged man berated. "My lords, inside are the memorial tablets of my village's ancestors. Please don't take them away. I'm begging you." The village chief immediately knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. In the stone house, there were the memorial tablets of the village's ancestors. Other things could be taken away, but he could not let others take away the memorial tablets. Otherwise, how would he have the face to face his ancestors? "You old fart, get lost." The icily arrogant middle-aged man kicked out and sent the village chief flying. The wall of the stone house was smashed into pieces. The village chief sprawled on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Grandpa!" Fong Ling shouted and rushed towards the village chief to help him up. Seeing that the village chief was only injured, she was relieved. She then glared at the cold and arrogant burly man and the others, scolding, "I can't believe you're the disciples of a big sect. You're no different from bandits. No, you're even worse than bandits. You even want to snatch the memorial tablets of other people's ancestors. Little slut, what did you say? You're looking for death. The icily arrogant middle-aged man's body emitted an icy cold killing intent. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Feng Ling, sending a slap towards her. The icily arrogant middle-aged man had already used some of his strength in this slap. With Feng Ling's cultivation base, she would definitely die from this slap. However, the arrogant middle-aged man's palm was caught by a large hand halfway. A dark-faced young man had appeared in front of Feng Ling without her noticing and grabbed the icily arrogant middle-aged man's wrist. The black-faced young man was Lu Ming. Just now, he had gone to the outskirts of the Windy Plains to check out the situation. He had not found anything unusual, so he returned to the village. He did not expect to see this scene. "Big brother Lu." Feng Ling called out subconsciously. "I'm sorry I'm late." Lu Ming nodded to Feng Ling and the village chief. "Brat, you dare to stop me? You're courting death." The arrogant middle-aged man saw that the person who was holding him was a black-faced young man who looked very ordinary. In addition to the conversation between Lu Ming and Feng Ling, he thought that Lu Ming was from this small village. He immediately roared and his killing intent burst out. Boom! The essential core in his body exploded, trying to break Lu Ming's palm. However, Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He clenched his fist and a terrifying force rushed towards the other party. And NBSP Kacha Kacha. In an instant, the icily arrogant middle-aged man's true energy was scattered. The bones in his arm were broken inch by inch, like a piece of mud. My hand. The icily arrogant middle-aged man screamed in pain. Bang! Lu Ming grabbed the cold and arrogant middle-aged man's arm, lifted him up, and threw him heavily on the ground as if he was a broken sack. The ground trembled as the arrogant middle-aged man smashed a human-shaped hole in the ground. Lying in the hole, he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. All the bones in his body were broken, and he was like a pool of mud. On the side, the other burly men of the Heavenly Gods sect and the green-robed young man were stunned for a moment. Then, a few of the burly men of the Heavenly Gods sect shouted crazily, "Brat, you dare to hit the people of my Tianshan sect, you're looking for death. I'm going to skin you alive. You're too noisy." Lu Ming said coldly. He moved his body and then heard banging sounds and shrill screams. When Lu Ming reappeared, the people from the deity sect and the green-robed young man were all lying on the ground, wailing. They were stacked on top of each other, and it was unknown how many bones in their bodies had been broken. Their storage rings were all in Lu Ming's hands. Chapter 1568 Kill 1 If they come ill, spare your lives today. Next time, I'll definitely kill you. Lu Ming spoke with a cold killing intent. Then, he kicked out. The 5 or 6 people from the deity sect and the desire poison sect were sent flying like a ball. They disappeared into the sky and flew for an unknown distance. If not for the small village, Lu Ming would have already killed these people. At the side, the village chief and Feng Ling were dumbfounded. It was only then that they realized that Lu Ming, who had lived with them for 3 months, was also an unfathomable expert. "Village chief, are you all right?" Lu Ming asked. "It's nothing serious. Sigh, I'm just afraid that these people will come back." The village chief sighed. "If they come again, I'll kill them one by one." Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Then, Lu Ming passed the storage rings that he had obtained from the Heaven God sect and the Yudu sect to the village chief. However, the village chief did not dare to take out the villagers' furniture for fear that other experts would see them and bring trouble to himself. The village chief even walked into the ancestral hall and put away those memorial tablets. As for Lu Ming, he sat down on a chair in the village chief's courtyard and waited quietly. There was a small mountain peak outside the sky and wind plains. A few young men in white robes stood with their hands behind their backs and looked into the distance. "Those guys are getting more and more daring. I told them to go to the small village to inquire about the situation, but they haven't returned yet." One of the young men said coldly. Wait for a while more. If he hasn't returned, you guys go and check. The young man in the middle seemed to be the leader of the group. Soon, a few hours had passed, and a few middle-aged men were flying towards the mountain peak in a hurry. These middle-aged men were the people who had gone to the small mountain village just now. Although they had all their bones broken by Lu Ming, they were all martial emperors and had extremely strong vitality. They had recovered a little by now and had rushed over. What's going on? The young man in the lead swept his gaze around and discovered that a few of the burly men were injured. A sharp glint flashed through his eyes. Young Master Luo, you have to seek justice for us. We found the phoenix incense wood in that small village. We wanted to bring it to show our respect to young Master Luo, but there was an expert in that small village. Not only did he refuse to give it to us, but he also beat us up. He was so arrogant that he didn't even put our Tianshan sect in his eyes. The cold and arrogant middle-aged man shouted. Phoenix incense wood? That small village has phoenix incense wood? The eyes of young Master Luo and the other young men lit up. That's right, there's indeed phoenix incense wood, and there's quite a lot of it. The arrogant middle-aged man said. Humph, people from a small village actually dare to hit the people of my Tianshan sect. You're really looking for death. Let's go. Young Master Luo shouted coldly, and with a few other young men and middle-aged men, he flew towards the small village in an aggressive manner. Nearby, the others saw this and revealed curious expressions. The people of the Heavenly God sect are so aggressive. What do they want to do? Could it be that someone has offended the Tianshan sect? Look at the direction they're heading. It seems to be that small village. Interesting, let's go and take a look. Let's go and take a look. There were quite a few people in the vicinity, and they followed young Master Luo and the others towards the small village. In the small village, in the village chief's courtyard, Lu Ming was sitting on a chair, resting with his eyes closed. The village chief and Feng Ling, on the other hand, seemed rather anxious. They were afraid of the revenge of the Tianshan sect. Suddenly, Lu Ming opened his eyes and said coldly, "They're here." The village chief's face paled. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. From the north, young Master Luo and the others stepped on the air and arrived above the village chief's courtyard. They looked down at Lu Ming and the rest. You are the one who injured the people of my Heavenly God sect? Young Master Luo glared at Lu Ming coldly. Not bad. Lu Ming replied indifferently. It's fine if it's you. Take your own life so that I don't have to do it. Young Master Luo said coldly. Hee hee. He sneered and was too lazy to answer young Master Luo's question. Instead, he looked at the middle-aged men behind young Master Luo and said, I just said that if you come again, I'll kill you. It seems that you didn't take my words seriously. Humph, brat, don't be so arrogant. You're the one who's going to die today. The arrogant middle-aged man shouted. Is that so? Lu Ming's eyes glowed even more sharply. You're looking for death, kill. Young Master Luo said in a cold voice. A cold killing intent burst out from his body. His powerful aura burst out and enveloped the entire village. Lu Ming actually dared to ignore him. A lowly ant from a small village actually dared to ignore him. He was a heaven's favorite of the Divine Sky sect, with a cultivation at the peak of the 6th level of the Martial Royal Realm. The aura of the peak LV6 Martial Emperor realm enveloped the entire village. The huge pressure even made some villagers kneel down in fear. I'm telling you, I'm not from this village. If you need anything, just look for me. It has nothing to do with the villagers. Lu Ming said coldly. Unrelated? I'm telling you, not only will you die today, but all these lowly ants will die. Young Master Luo said coldly. Boom. A huge palm condensed and descended from the sky. It was as if it covered the sky and the sun, enveloping the entire village. He wanted to flatten this village with a single palm strike. Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming was furious. He was completely furious. An extremely cold killing intent burst out. He had been tolerating them because he was worried about the villagers. Previously, he had not killed those middle-aged men because he was worried about the villagers. But now it seemed that for a sect like the Tiantian sect, it was useless to be patient. They could only kill. Kill until the other party was afraid, and then they would naturally retreat. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch and a fist force soared into the sky, shattering the huge palm print. Lu Ming stepped into the air and charged towards young Master Luo and the rest. His powerful aura pressed down on the other party. I've already given you a chance. You're the ones who are seeking death. Lu Ming said coldly. Peak LV6 Martial Royal Realm? Humph, no wonder you're so arrogant. But let me tell you, there's a world of difference in combat strength between the same level of cultivation. Young Master Luo said. A spear of divine punishment appeared in his hand. He took a step forward and thrust the spear at Lu Ming. However, he was met with Lu Ming's punch. The punch was destructive. When it hit the spear of God punishment, the spear of God punishment was shattered. The terrifying fist force broke young Master Luo's defense and hit his dantian, penetrating it. Young Master Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't understand how an ordinary young man he met in a small village could be so terrifying. He was at the same level as him, but he killed him in one move. He was a heaven's chosen of the Tiantian sect. You! How dare you! The other young men and the middle-aged men were so scared that their faces turned pale and they stuttered. This dark-skinned young man had killed young Master Luo with one punch? Chapter 1569 Meeting Acquaintances, Kill. Lu Ming shouted coldly. His eyes were like lightning, and his killing intent was like a knife as he charged at the other young men. The fist radiance seemed to be able to crush everything. The few young men were killed before they could even scream. Then, his cold gaze swept over the few middle-aged men. The few middle-aged men were covered in cold sweat and their faces were pale. Spare me, spare me. The arrogant middle-aged man was the first to kneel down, his body trembling. I've said it before, if you come again, I'll kill you. But you didn't take my words to heart, so you're asking for death. Lu Ming said coldly and then smacked his palm down. The middle-aged men were only low-level royal realm martial artists. How could they stop him? They were killed by a single palm. What a domineering method. Not far away, there were other people who had come to watch the show. At this time, they were also amazed. No one had expected that a person from a small village would be so bold and powerful. He had killed the people of the Heavenly God sect, including a few Heaven's Pride experts, with such a crushing force. There's going to be a good show. There are more than a few people from the Heavenly God sect. I'm afraid that many experts have gone crazy. That's right. It won't be long before the people of the Heavenly God sect come to kill us. These people discussed and retreated. They're all dead. The village chief was dumbfounded, and then he was worried. He had killed so many people from the Heavenly God sect. The Heavenly God sect would definitely come for revenge. What should he do? Village chief was worried. Village chief, do you have any intention of moving to another place to live? Lu Ming asked. This small village was too weak. In this world of martial Dao, it could be destroyed at any time. Just like today, if it was not for Lu Ming, Feng Ling would most likely have been killed. In that case, it would be difficult for the village chief to survive. In the end, if he angered the cold and arrogant middle-aged man and the others, the entire village would also be destroyed. This was because the village didn't have a powerful martial force, but it had phoenix incense wood. In the past, it hadn't been discovered, but now that it had been discovered, it was only a matter of time before it was destroyed. This was the sorrow of the weak. Grandpa, let's leave this place. Feng Ling advised. Sigh, We also want to leave, but in the Tsang region, there are powerful beasts everywhere. Even one emperor-level beast can easily destroy our village. But here, we are close to the Heavenly Wind Plains. The Heavenly Wind Plains has a phoenix that can scare away all the beasts, so we are safe. As for those big cities, we have to spend a large number of raw gemstones to live in them. We don't have that many raw gemstones. The village chief sighed. It wasn't that they didn't want to leave, but they had nowhere to go. Village chief, I have a Grotto Heaven treasure. You can enter the Grotto Heaven treasure first. After that, it'll bring you to a place. Lu Ming said after a moment of silence. There were only a few dozen families in this village. Lu Ming planned to send them to the Lu clan's fort. The Lu clan's fort was extremely spacious. A small piece of land was enough to house a few dozen families. An estate world treasure. The village chief revealed a shocked expression. It seemed like this little brother Lu in front of him had an astonishing background. All right, I'll call the villagers over. I'll have to trouble you later, brother Lu. The village chief bowed to Lu Ming and then hurried away to call the other villagers. Lu Ming waved his hand and all the villagers were kept into the mountain and river diagram. Then, Lu Ming sat there and waited quietly. At this moment, the news of an impressive villager killing a few Heaven's Pride experts of the Heavenly Gods sect had already spread in the outskirts of the Heavenly Wind Plains. The Heavenly Gods sect will definitely take revenge on such powerful villagers. Let's go and take a look. Let's go. As the rainbow light whistled, one figure after another came to the small village and stood around it. No one. Could he have already escaped? No, there's one person. Many people's gazes swept across and finally landed on Lu Ming. Senior brother, senior sister. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the crowd and actually found someone familiar. Tian Shui and Xuanixin. The Dragon God Valley was quite far from here. He didn't expect that Tian Shui and Xuanixin would also appear here. Tian Shui and Xuanixin, like the others, stood at a distance and sized Lu Ming up curiously. That is... Mo Yang actually came. What a beautiful woman. Who is that woman? There was a sudden commotion in the crowd, and everyone looked in one direction. In that direction, there were about a dozen people. There were 2 young men and women, and a dozen old men and men. All of them had extremely powerful auras and demonic qi. Nianqing. Lu Ming's eyes lit up when he saw one of them. The most beautiful woman among the 2 young men and women was actually Xian Nianqing. The other person was Mo Yang, one of the top 10 geniuses of the Azure continent. Lu Ming's gaze landed on Xian Nianqing, and Xian Nianqing looked back at him at the same time. When their eyes met, Xian Nianqing was slightly stunned. Then, a smile appeared in her eyes and she winked at Lu Ming. He had been recognized. Lu Ming smiled. He was too familiar with Xian Nianqing. No matter how much a person changed his appearance, his aura and appearance could change, but the look in his eyes would never change. Clearly, Xian Nianqing recognized Lu Ming through his eyes. Lu Ming shook his head slightly at Xian Nianqing, who nodded in return. What Lu Ming meant was not to reveal his identity for the time being. Xian Nianqing naturally understood Lu Ming's intention. Besides Xian Nianqing, Mo Yang seemed to have noticed Xian Nianqing's unusual behavior. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold and suspicious look in his eyes. The people of the Heavenly Gods sect are here. Someone exclaimed. In the distance, there were at least a few dozen figures flying over. All of them were dressed in white robes and had powerful auras. There were young, middle-aged, and old people. The person at the front was bathed in holy light, like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. Saint Yu. Lu Ming recognized this person at one glance. A year and a half ago, Yu Sheng had been the leader of the Tianshan sect during the treasure auction. He was extremely talented and had amazing combat strength. A year and a half later, Yu Sheng had become even stronger. His powerful aura filled the air and was extremely terrifying. The early stage of LV8 Martial Royal Realm. This was Yu Xing's cultivation base. Clearly, he had made rapid progress in the past 1.5 years. The people of the Heavenly Gods sect stood in the sky above the village. Their eyes swept across the village and finally landed on Lu Ming. So you're the one who killed the Heaven's Pride expert of my Heavenly God sect? Yu Xing said coldly. Not bad. Lu Ming replied indifferently. You're really audacious. You're simply courting death. Where are the other villagers? Where have you hidden them? Hand them all over and die. A middle-aged man beside Yu Xing shouted. He exuded the aura of a peak LV7 martial royal realm. He, as expected of a large sect. So impressive, so domineering. A disciple of the sect came to this remote mountain village to bully ordinary villagers and even try to steal an ancestor's memorial tablet. As expected of the number 1 sect in the Azure region. Lu Ming sneered. His tone was full of ridicule, especially the self-address. He is Lu Ming. Lu Ming's words made everyone from the Heavenly God sect look extremely ugly. What? He actually stole someone else's tablet? You are indeed a disciple of the Tianshan sect. It's so embarrassing. Such a sect can actually be as famous as my Dragon God Valley. I spit. A deep voice resounded. It was Tian Chui. Since the last treasure auction, the relationship between Dragon God Valley and Tianshan sect had worsened. Now that he had the opportunity, Tian Chui naturally wanted to ridicule them. Nonsense. Brat, you dare to slander my Tianshan sect. Today, I will make you beg for death. The burly man at the peak of the 7th level Martial Emperor realm roared and stepped forward. He clawed with his hand and a huge khaki hand formed in the sky, grabbing toward Lu Ming. A small knife appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was the knife he used to carve the statue. Whoosh! Lu Ming threw the knife. The small knife seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning, piercing through the big yellow hand and then continued to rush towards the big man. The big man's face changed. A giant axe appeared in his hand and he chopped at the small knife. Clang! The huge axe hit the small knife and the knife was sent flying. It returned to Lu Ming's hand. The burly man's body shook violently and he took 5 to 6 steps back. He spat out a mouthful of blood. What? Many onlookers' expressions changed drastically as they looked at Lu Ming in shock. They could clearly see that the small knife that Lu Ming had thrown out was definitely an ordinary small knife, an extremely ordinary spirit weapon. However, such a small knife that was casually thrown out had actually forced a 7th level peak martial emperor back and made him spit out blood. This kind of power was too terrifying. They did not know that Lu Ming's attack was covered by a level 6 chaos domain. It was as heavy as a mountain. How difficult would it be to injure an ordinary 7th level martial emperor? Who are you? Yu Xing said with a serious expression. He didn't believe that a small village on the border would have such an expert. He's just a carpenter from a small village. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Everyone looked at each other. A carpenter? It was actually so powerful? Humph, you're just pretending. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. Kill. An elder stepped out with a spear of divine punishment in his hand and stabbed it at Lu Ming. Whoosh. The other expert made his move as well. A terrifying sword light was aimed at Lu Ming's head. The two of them were both at the LV8 Martial Royal Realm. They were working together to kill Lu Ming in one move. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He took a heavy step and soared into the sky, avoiding the sword light and throwing a punch. Boom! And NBSP, the Spear of God punishment from the old man shattered, but the fist energy didn't stop and continued to bombard the old man. The old man screamed as his body was torn apart. A LV8 Martial Royal Realm expert was killed by Lu Ming in one move. Whoosh! Then, Lu Ming flipped his hand and threw the knife in his hand at another person who attacked. The man was shocked and tried to block the attack with his sword. However, the powerful force on the knife numbed his arm. At this moment, Lu Ming was already charging at him. Boom! With a single punch, heaven and earth trembled. The man's body was directly penetrated, and his body flew a few thousand meters away. He fell heavily on the ground, and no longer had any breath. Many people gasped at the sight of him killing 2 LV-8 Martial Royal Realm experts in an instant. He's so powerful. His cultivation is only at the peak of the 6th level Martial Royal Realm, but he has such powerful combat strength. He killed 2 LV-8 Martial Royal Realm experts in an instant. He's comparable to a top Heaven's favorite. Could this person be a top-notch Heaven's favorite? The people in the surroundings were discussing and speculating. You're looking for death. Yu Xing's eyes were extremely cold. He stepped out, and holy light filled the air. A terrible pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. Many people thought that Yu Sheng was going to make a move. Yu Sheng was a Heaven's favorite with a superior grade Earth spiritual body. His combat strength was terrifying. Although he was also at LV-8 Martial Royal Realm, his combat strength was many times stronger than the previous two. Yu Sheng would probably be able to kill the two of them in one move. Kill! Yu Sheng shouted coldly. He also condensed a spear of divine punishment in his hand and stabbed it at Lu Ming. The spear of divine punishment was incomparably sharp and powerful. It was far from what that person had been able to compare with. Boom! Lu Ming's method of fighting was still very simple. He simply threw a punch. A terrifying vibration was heard. The spear of God's punishment in Yu Xing's hand was shaking violently as if it would collapse at any moment. The terrifying power continued to rush toward Yu Xing, causing his expression to change. Boom! Following that, Lu Ming's other hand also punched out. Yu Xing's expression changed. He struck out with his other palm and collided with Lu Ming's fist. There was another loud boom. Yu Xing's face turned pale and he retreated quickly. In a head-on confrontation, he was actually suppressed by Lu Ming. A year and a half ago, Lu Ming was able to kill a genius like Yu Xing even though his cultivation was 2 levels lower than Yu Xing's. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation was at the peak of the 6th level Martial Emperor realm, while Yu Xing was at the early stage of the 8th level Martial Emperor realm. The difference was less than 2 levels. Kill, die! Lu Ming shouted as his fists flew towards Yu Xing. Yu Xing let out a long roar and burst out with holy light. He used all his strength to fight Lu Ming. The two of them exchanged more than a dozen moves, and Yu Xing was forced to retreat. Let's attack together. Let's join forces and kill this person. The rest of the people from the Heavenly God sect shouted and rushed forward to surround Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long roar. A dragon's roar sounded from within his body. With a loud shout, the divine sword technique burst out. The people who were charging at Lu Ming screamed in pain as if their souls were being torn apart. The black dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. With a shake of the spear, rays of spear radiance shot out like lightning. More than 10 powerhouses of the Tianshan sect were killed by Lu Ming in an instant. Lu Ming, he's Lu Ming. Yu Xing's eyes widened as he roared. What? He's Lu Ming? Kill him. Use your saint weapon. The remaining people of the Heavenly God sect shouted. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. A few of them exuded a powerful aura, and a few saint weapons appeared, shining with terrifying light. It's actually Lu Ming. Kill him. Not far away, some of the Yudu sect's powerhouses had also taken out their holy weapons and were charging at Lu Ming. And NBSP at this moment, the nearby spectators were stunned. Lu Ming? This person was Lu Ming? The Lu Ming whose name had spread throughout the Azure region a year and a half ago, the Lu Ming who wanted to challenge the Divine Sun in the next treasure-fixing assembly? He was actually hiding here, in a small mountain village on the border. It's junior brother Lu Ming. Attack. Kill. Tian Shui and Xuanixin were stunned for a moment before they roared and charged forward. Their saint weapons also flew out from their hands. Boom. Boom. A few experts of the Heavenly Gods sect were directly killed. Tian Shui and Xuanixin's cultivation had also progressed very quickly. They had both stepped into the LV8 martial royal realm, which was the early stage of the LV8, just like Yusheng. With their cultivation, how powerful would they be when they controlled holy weapons? How thick-skinned, people of the Sky Demon sect, attack and stop the Desire Poison sect. On the other side, Xian Yanqing ordered. Junior sister, what are you doing? Mo Yang shouted. Attack. Xian Yanqing spoke again, his face cold. Yes, holy maiden. The others responded, and together with Xian Yanqing, they charged towards the Desire Poison sect. Tian Yu Demon sect, what are you doing? Are you trying to go against my Desire Poison sect? The members of the Desire Poison sect all roared in anger. However, Xian Yanqing's face was cold. A black lotus floated above his head and pressed down. Some of the Yudu sect's powerhouses spat out blood and retreated. Xian Yanqing's cultivation had already reached the peak of LV7 martial royal realm. His progress was amazing. The black lotus was clearly a holy weapon. Although the other members of the Tian Yu demonic sect didn't want to attack, they could only obey the saint's orders. Mo Yang stood not far away, his face cold. He did not make a move, but the experts from the Desire Poison sect were terrified. Mo Yang was one of the top 10 geniuses of the Tsang prefecture. His cultivation had long broken through to the half-saint realm. If he were to attack, they would be in danger. Retreat, retreat first. The Yudu sect's expert roared. He began to defend while retreating, no longer having the heart to fight. Meanwhile, Lu Ming had already unleashed his black wings and charged towards the Tianshan sect. His black dragon spear had grown to 1,000 meters long. He struck out with the spear and sent a holy weapon flying. At the same time, the black dragon spear stabbed out like lightning, killing an expert at the peak of the 8th level martial royal realm. Then, the black wings slashed out like blades, killing a LV7 martial royal realm and a LV8 martial royal realm expert. As for Tian Shui and Xuanixin, they also displayed their godly might. Tian Shui's giant hammer was now a saint weapon, and every swing of his hammer was extremely powerful. Even a saint weapon would be knocked away by his hammer, and with a single swing, it would be either dead or injured. Xuanixin, on the other hand, was controlling a 7-colored holy weapon, which was also very powerful. Although there were only 3 of them, Lu Ming and the rest had suppressed the many experts of the Heavenly God sect. People were being killed continuously. Let's go. In the end, Yusheng let out a loud roar and took the rest of the people with him. They turned around and fled at top speed, leaving more than 20 corpses behind. Lu Ming and the other 2 didn't pursue them. The remaining people were at the 9th level of the martial royal realm and had holy weapons. They were determined to escape, so it wouldn't be easy to kill them. Ha ha ha, junior brother, so you're here. You've disappeared without a trace this year, and I haven't heard any news about you. Tian Shui put away his giant hammer and gave Lu Ming a heavy pat, laughing out loud. I was about to return to Dragon God Valley. I didn't expect to meet my senior brothers and sisters here. Lu Ming smiled as well. His body changed into his original appearance. Lu Ming. Xian Yanqing's cold voice was heard as he stepped into the air. Like a demoness, he attracted everyone's attention. She's so beautiful. Is she the saint of the Tianyu demonic sect? I think so. I heard that the sect master of the Tianyu demon sect took in a new saintess as a disciple and trained her with all his might. Some people were discussing. Little Qing. Lu Ming smiled. The 2 of them looked at each other affectionately. Everything was conveyed without words. Tian Shui's gaze fell on Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. He grinned. "Ha, junior brother, this must be your sister-in-law. She's really beautiful. She's the golden boy and jade girl with you, a match made in heaven. Junior brother, sister-in-law is so beautiful. Why didn't you introduce her to us? You must be punished." Xuanixin also joked. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming smiled and began to introduce them. Xian Yanqing also politely bowed to Tian Shui and Xuanixin, making them extremely happy. "Junior sister, let's leave this place first. They have killed so many people of the Heavenly God sect. The Heavenly God sect will not let this matter rest. We must not get involved." At this moment, a discordant voice was heard. Mo Yang walked over with a cold expression. When he looked at Lu Ming, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. "You guys can leave first. I want to be with Lu Ming," Xian Yanqing said. "Junior sister, you," Mo Yang's expression turned even colder. He looked at Lu Ming with intense jealousy, and the killing intent in the depths of his eyes turned even colder. When Xian Yanqing first joined the Tianyu demon sect, Mo Yang had been in seclusion. He only came out when the treasure auction was about to begin. When he saw Xian Yanqing, he was instantly shocked. She was his junior sister, and in his heart, Xian Yanqing was already his woman. When he heard that Xian Yanqing had a boyfriend, he was filled with jealousy and killing intent. Therefore, back then at Song Mountain, that was why he would make a move to stop Zifeng. "Junior sister, this place is not safe. It's more suitable for me to stay with you." Mo Yang's eyes flickered as he spoke. This made Xian Yanqing frown. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. How could Lu Ming not see through Mo Yang's thoughts? Sister-in-law has already let some people go. Some people are really thick-skinned and insist on following her shamelessly. Aren't they ashamed? Tian Shui sneered. "What did you just say?" Mo Yang said with a dark expression. "What did I say?" "Someone knows what I'm talking about." Tian Shui curled his lips. "Humph." Mo Yang snorted coldly. He looked at Xian Yanqing and said, "Junior sister, you have to think this through. Our Tianyu Demon sect and Dragon God Valley are, after all, different sections. Moreover, Lu Ming has challenged the Divine Sun. In a year and a half, he will definitely be killed by the Divine Sun. He won't live for long. It's not too late for you to leave him now." Mo Yang. Xian Yanqing snorted coldly, his face was unusually cold. "Let me tell you, 1.5 years later, Lu Ming won't die. The one who will die will be the Divine Sun. Also, I only respect you because you're my senior brother. If anyone else had said such words, would have already taken action. Now, please leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you." "Junior sister, you," Mo Yang's expression was extremely unsightly. In the end, he gave Lu Ming a cold and gloomy look, then turned around and left. The other members of the Tianyu demonic sect also left with Mo Yang. "Lu Ming, I'm sorry." Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming apologetically. You and I don't need to say such things. Besides, this shows that you are very charming. If such a charming beauty likes me, I will have a greater sense of achievement." Lu Ming said with a smile. "You're so smug." Xian Yanqing also smiled. "Oh right, little Qin, why are you here?" Lu Ming asked. The Tianyu demonic sect and the Dragon God Valley were neighbors, but they were far from the western part of the Azure continent. Why would Xian Yanqing and the others be here? Even if they had heard the news and wanted to rush over, they wouldn't have been able to do it so quickly. Mo Yang and I, as well as other people from the Tianyu demonic sect, were hunting down a traitor of the Tianyu demonic sect. We happened to be in the vicinity, and we heard the news, so we rushed over to take a look. Xian Yanqing said. After that, Lu Ming went to ask the Sky Hammer and Xuanixin. It turned out that the two of them were adventuring outside and had just arrived in the west of Zhangzhou. After hearing the news, they had rushed over to watch. Chapter 1572. Entering the windy plains. There's a change in the heavenly wind plains. What? Let's go and take a look. At this time, a piece of news came. The surrounding people all flew towards the sky wind plains. Is there a change in the heavenly wind plains? The expressions of Lu Ming and the other three changed. Junior brother, how about we go and take a look? Tian Shui said. All right, let's go. Immediately, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Tian Shui, and Xuan Ningxin flew towards the windy plains. Bzzz. At this moment, another cry of a phoenix could be heard from the heavenly wind plains. The cry was filled with despair and unwillingness. The phoenix's cry is getting softer and softer. It seems to be getting weaker and weaker. Lu Ming said. Could it be that the divine bird phoenix is about to fall, so it keeps chirping? Xian Yanqing guessed. It's not impossible. Lu Ming said. Very quickly, the four of them arrived at the outskirts of the heavenly wind plains. The heavenly wind plains was extremely vast. Many people were standing in the air outside the plains. Lu Ming and the other three stood at the back, not at all eye-catching. And NBSP hoo-hoo. In the sky and wind plain, the wind was howling. Giant tornadoes swept across the sky and the earth. There were many of them, and they were densely packed. From a distance, it was a spectacular sight. No one knew how these tornadoes were formed. It seemed to have suddenly appeared 80,000 years ago. Some people guessed that there had been a terrifying battle between experts here, and it was formed by the power of laws. Some people also guessed that it was formed because a large array had been set up inside. There were many different opinions, and no one agreed on the answer. But now, some of the tornadoes were actually moving, slowly moving towards the depths of the plains. And as time passed, more and more tornadoes were moving in the same direction, towards the depths of the breezy plains. Slowly, the tornadoes on the heaven wind plain became less and less violent. At this time, the cry of a phoenix was heard again, and it seemed to be more clear. The heavenly wind has retreated, so something must have happened inside. There must be a treasure inside. In any forbidden land, opportunities and dangers coexist. Now that the heavenly wind has retreated, it's a once-in-lifetime opportunity. Many people were moved, revealing a fiery gaze. Whoosh! Suddenly, someone moved. He rushed into the heavenly wind plain. He avoided the remaining tornadoes and quickly rushed into the depths of the heavenly wind plain. Seeing that the man was fine, more and more people started to move. They kept rushing towards the windy plains and disappeared from everyone's sight. Let's go in and take a look. If there's any danger, it won't be too late to retreat. More and more people rushed towards the sky and wind plains. Riches and honor were obtained from danger, and it was even more so for martial cultivators. One had to rely on themselves to grab opportunities. As the rainbow light flickered, countless figures rushed into the sky wind plains and disappeared. Lu Ming saw the people from the Yudu sect, Yu Xing from the deity sect, Mo Yang, and the others also rushing into the sky wind plains. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming said. Just what I wanted. All right. Tian Shui and the rest also nodded their heads. They then stepped forward and rushed into the sky wind plains. And NBSP hoo-hoo. As soon as they rushed into the sky wind plains, they felt the wind whistling like blades. They used their Jinyuan to protect themselves from the wind. The four of them carefully avoided the tornadoes and rushed inside. There were still many tornadoes left, and they were constantly moving, but they were not fast. There were many gaps, enough for them to pass through easily. Very quickly, the three of them had flown over 1,000 miles. Die. Not far away, there were people fighting. One of them was blown away and caught in a tornado. He let out a shrill scream. In the eyes of Lu Ming and the others, the man was crushed into pieces by the tornado. What a terrifying power! Tian Shui said as he licked his lips. Lu Ming took out a 9th-level spiritual weapon and threw it at a tornado nearby. After the 9th-level spiritual weapon was sucked into the tornado, it was shattered into pieces within a few breaths by the terrifying wind. The 4 of them became serious. The power of the tornado was terrifying. No wonder it was said that even saints would be killed if they were caught in it. The 4 of them continued to move forward. Along the way, they saw that the ground was flat and barren. Buzz! Suddenly, he saw a branch being thrown out of a tornado. It's phoenix incense wood. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Their eyesight was extremely good. Even though they were still a distance away, they could clearly see that there was a phoenix mark on the branch, which was the characteristic of the phoenix fragrance wood. According to the villagers, the phoenix incense wood they had obtained was also blown from the heavenly wind plains. The 4 of them hurriedly rushed towards the phoenix incense wood. This section of phoenix incense wood was 3 meters long and as thick as a human waist. It looked like a branch of a huge ancient tree. Huh, such a big piece. How many raw gemstones would it be worth? Tian Shui laughed. Buzz! Buzz! And NBSP whoosh. Right at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. 7 to 8 figures appeared and surrounded the 4 of them. Put down the phoenix incense wood, and then get lost. A black-robed old man coldly shouted. All of them were middle-aged or old men. They all had strong auras, and even the weakest of them was at LV8 Martial Emperor Realm. A few of them had even reached LV9 Martial Royal Realm. You're telling us to scram? You're the ones who should get lost. If you want to die, then come and try. A giant hammer appeared in Tian Shui's hand as his eyes revealed a malevolent look. Stubborn. Kill. One of the black-robed men roared and took the lead, charging towards Tian Shui. A long spear pierced out, filling the sky with spear shadows that enveloped Tian Shui. Die. Tian Shui let out a loud roar as his giant hammer smashed towards his opponent. Boom! The spear shadows that filled the sky disappeared, and the giant hammer directly struck the opponent's body. With a loud bang, the opponent's body was smashed flat, flying a few hundred meters away, without a trace of life. He was killed in one move. Let's join hands. The black-robed elder roared in anger. The aura of a peak LV9 Martial Royal Realm expert burst out, and a terrifying saber radiance slashed toward Lu Ming. These people were obviously not present when Lu Ming and the rest fought with the Heaven Deity sect. They did not know Lu Ming and the rest. If they had seen that battle, they would not have attacked Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. His essential core surged into the flowing elemental gloves and he threw a punch. Boom! The flowing essence glove's weight had become shocking. Coupled with the chaos domain and the prison-suppressing heavenly art, its power was extremely terrifying. With a single punch, the other party's blade light immediately dispersed. The fist momentum did not stop as it continued to punch towards the black-robed elder. The black-robed old man's expression changed drastically, and he used his saber to block in front of him. Clang! Lu Ming's fist landed on the saber, causing it to explode. His fist did not stop and continued to land on the black-robed elder. The black-robed elder let out an indignant roar and his body exploded like his saber. He's only at the 9th level of the Martial Royal Realm, but he doesn't even have a holy weapon. He's so weak. Lu Ming pursed his lips. Chapter 1573 Meeting Mo Yang again. If Lu Ming's words were heard by the people from the small sects, they would probably vomit blood in anger. A saint weapon was a special weapon used by saint realm experts. It was extremely precious, and very few people below the saint realm had it. Lu Ming had only encountered top geniuses who had holy weapons because they were heavily nurtured by their respective sections. Some of the smaller sects did not even have holy weapons. Even if some of them had holy weapons, they would be considered the sect's most prized treasures. Even in the 13 top sects of the Azure continent, most LV8 and LV9 martial emperors used king's spiritual weapons. Many half-saints even used king's spiritual weapons instead of holy weapons. Myriad devil domain. On the other side, Xian Yanqing shouted and spread out his domain. In his domain, there was a beautiful demonist sitting cross-legged, suppressing the surroundings. An old man in the LV9 martial emperor realm was enveloped by Xian Yanqing's all-demons domain. He roared madly and was killed by Xian Yanqing's palm. Myriad devil domain? It seems that little official's battle strength has become even more powerful after becoming a martial emperor. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He was happy for Xian Yanqing. No wonder he was accepted as a direct disciple by the sect master of the Tian Yu demons sect and became the saintess of the sect. Xian Yanqing's astral body was definitely a superior one. Lu Ming could even vaguely sense that there was a terrifying power hidden in Xian Yanqing's body. While Lu Ming was thinking about this, Tian Shui and Xuanixin had also killed one person each. Of the 7 to 8 experts, only 3 remained. Go, go. The remaining 3 people were almost scared to death as they fled frantically. Lu Ming and the other 2 could not be bothered to chase after them. These people were obviously from small sects, so they did not take them to heart. Well, split this section of phoenix incense wood equally. Lu Ming grabbed the phoenix incense wood and condensed his vital essence into a blade. He divided the phoenix incense wood into 4 portions, 1 for each of them, and put it away. Could there be a huge phoenix incense tree in the heavenly wind plains? Tian Shui licked his lips, revealing a fiery light. That section was obviously just a branch. If the branch was so big, how huge was the trunk? The divine bird phoenix lives in the heavenly wind plains. Perhaps, it lives on the main branch of the phoenix incense wood. Lu Ming speculated. Then, the 4 of them continued forward. Junior sister. Not long after, a voice rang out, and Mo Yang flew over from the side. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Tian Shui, and Xuanixin all frowned. They had not expected to meet Mo Yang here. Junior sister, I've finally found you. Mo Yang had a smile on his face as he flew over and looked at Xian Yanqing with concern. Someone really doesn't know what's going on. Sister-in-law already told you to leave, so why did you still come here? Tian Shui disdainfully said. Mo Yang glanced at Tian Shui, a sharp glint in his eyes. If Xian Yanqing had not been here, he would have already killed Tian Shui, Lu Ming, and the other 2. My junior sister is the saintess of the Tianyu demonic sect. I've been ordered to protect her. I must stay by her side. Mo Yang said. Mo Yang, I don't need your protection. Lu Ming will naturally protect me. Xian Yanqing frowned. Junior sister, I'm following master's orders. I don't dare to disobey. Otherwise, I'll be punished when I go back. So, even if you drive me away, I'll follow you. Mo Yang said. Fuck, some people's skin is even thicker than an elephant's. Tian Shui unhappily said. It's not just an elephant. It's even thicker than the city wall. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as him. Xuanixin followed. Shut up. If you dare to insult me again, I'll kill you all, die. Mo Yang shouted. A violent aura spread out from his body, and the demonic qi soared into the sky. The dense demonic qi was like a burning flame. Bang! Bang! Tian Shui and Xuanixin were suppressed by this aura, and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Buzz! Lu Ming appeared in front of Tian Shui and Xuanixin. He spread his black wings to resist Mo Yang's aura. Mo Yang was one of the top 10 geniuses of the Azure region. His cultivation had long reached the half-saint realm, and he was definitely not someone they could defeat. Mo Yang, they're my friends. If you want to touch them, you'll have to do it over my dead body. Xian Yanqing appeared beside Lu Ming and glared at Mo Yang. Mo Yang's eyes were filled with flames of jealousy, as if they were about to burn. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. He suddenly smiled and said, "Junior sister is overthinking. They are your friends, why would I do anything to them? Let's go, they'll go with you. There might be some great treasures in the heavenly wind plains." Xian Yanqing looked at Mo Yang coldly. She was helpless. Mo Yang had insisted on following her. With no one else in the group, they continued forward. The heavenly wind plain was huge. They continued to travel for thousands of miles, passing through many huge tornadoes, and slowly entered the heavenly wind plain. On the way, she heard the phoenix cry a few more times, but it felt like the sound was getting softer and softer. Look over there, there seems to be a piece of phoenix incense wood. Suddenly, Mo Yang pointed in a direction. Everyone looked over, and indeed, on the left, they saw a section of phoenix incense wood. There were huge, exposed boulders. The boulders were very smooth, probably because they had been worn out by the wind. The phoenix incense wood was right between the huge rocks. Everyone rushed over. No one noticed the smug sneer in Mo Yang's eyes, as well as the cold killing intent. Not good, there's an ambush. Retreat. As they neared the phoenix incense wood, Lu Ming felt an inexplicable sense of danger. He roared and tried to pull Xian Yanqing and the rest back. But it was too late. In a flash, at least a dozen figures rushed out from behind the boulders and surrounded Lu Ming and the 5 of them. Yusheng, the Heaven Deity sect, and the Desire Poison sect. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room and he noticed that one of them was Yusheng. As for the others, they weren't young anymore. From their clothes, there were people from the Heaven God sect and the Desire Poison sect. Lu Ming, this time, they'll see how you die. Yusheng's eyes were cold. This brat killed so many of our people. He's really seeking his own death. A white-haired old man from the Heavenly God sect coldly spoke. An extremely shocking aura erupted from his body. Half-saint. Lu Ming, Tian Shui, Xuaningxin, and Xian Yanqing's expressions changed drastically. The other party had dispatched a half-saint expert. Boom. Boom. Following that, a few more terrifying auras burst out. The terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming and the rest. Half-saint again. The Deity sect and the Yudu sect both had half-saints. There were 3 half-saints in total. Although the 9th level of the martial royal realm was 1 level away from the half-saint realm, the difference was huge. It was not as simple as 1 level. Tian Shui and Xuaningxin, who were at the early stage of the LV8 martial royal realm, could even kill an ordinary peak LV9 martial royal realm expert. However, they were no match for a half-saint. Not to mention, there were 3 half-saints. A year and a half ago, when Lu Ming returned to Dragon God Valley from the Tsang Mountains, he was besieged by evil spirit. Just a half-saint had almost forced Lu Ming into a dead end. Chapter 1574. Charging into the tornado. It was obvious that the Heaven Deity sect and the Yudu sect were determined to kill Lu Ming and the rest. Moreover, in the Skygale Plain, Lu Ming and the rest would die without even knowing how they died. The Dragon God Valley could not avenge them. It was normal to die in the forbidden area. The 2 of you from the Tian Yu Demon sect, this matter has nothing to do with you. You can leave now. The white-haired elder of the Tianshan sect looked at Mo Yang and Xian Yanqing. All right, well, leave immediately. Mo Yang hurriedly said. No, I won't leave. Xian Yanqing shook his head. He stood beside Lu Ming with a determined look in his eyes. Junior sister, what are you doing? Lu Ming is extremely audacious to have offended the Deity sect and the Desire Poison sect. He's the one who's courting death. Why do you have to accompany him? Mo Yang roared, extremely jealous. If you want to go, go by yourself. It's my own life, I choose. Xian Yinqing said coldly. No, you're my junior sister, the holy virgin of my Tian Yu demonic sect. If something happens to you, how am I going to explain it to my master and the entire Tian Yu demonic sect? I must take you away. Mo Yang said firmly. Little Qing, you go. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. No, I want to stay with you. Xian Yinqing shook his head. His gaze was firm. He knew that Lu Ming was doing this for her own good, but she would not leave. Buzz. Right at this moment, Mo Yang made his move. He grabbed Xian Nianqing's shoulder and poured in his nomological law power, sealing Xian Nianqing's cultivation. Then, he grabbed Xian Yinqing and retreated at top speed. Mo Yang, let me go. Xian Yinqing roared. I won't let you go. I won't let you die with Lu Ming. Mo Yang said coldly. He grabbed Xian Yinqing and left the encirclement. Do it. As Mo Yang and Xian Yinqing retreated, the white-haired elder from the Tianshan sect roared. A long spear appeared in his hand. It exuded a terrifyingly sharp aura as he stabbed it at Lu Ming. Without a doubt, this was a holy weapon. Voila! Black wings appeared on Lu Ming's back. At the same time, the holy weapon shield appeared in front of him. Clang! The long spear struck the holy shield and sent it flying. The long spear did not stop and continued to stab the black wings. Lu Ming felt his body tremble as he was sent flying by a terrifying force. On the other side, Tian Shui and Xuanixin used their saint weapons at the same time. However, the opponent's half-saint had also made his move. He was also controlling his saint weapon, and the power was shocking. Tian Shui and Xuanixin were no match for him. They were sent flying like Lu Ming. Their blood and qi were in turmoil, and they almost vomited blood. Don't linger in battle, let's go first. With a flap of his black wings, Lu Ming appeared beside Tian Shui and Xuanixin. This time, the Heaven Deity sect and the Yudu sect were well prepared. 3 half-saints wielded holy weapons, and even a few 9th-level martial royal realm experts wielded holy weapons. Their combat strength was extremely strong, far beyond their current strength. Bubble. Lu Ming called out. Chirping. Bubbles waved her little claws and a space-time tunnel appeared. The 3 of them were about to cross the space-time tunnel and leave this place. You want to leave? Dream on. Another half-saint of the Tianshan sect shouted coldly and waved his hand. A huge cauldron the size of a mountain crushed over and suppressed the entrance of the space-time tunnel, blocking the way of the 3. Charge out, in the direction of the Yudu sect. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Tian Shui and Xuanixin. Although the Yudu sect's poison qi was very powerful and could kill without a trace, its frontal attack power was far inferior to that of the Tianshan sect. Since the space-time tunnel was blocked, they would forcibly charge out from the Yudu sect's direction. Kill! Tian Shui roared. The 3 of them gathered together and controlled their saint weapons, madly charging in the direction of the Yudu sect. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the side, all sorts of attacks were launched at the 3 of them. Lu Ming controlled the holy weapon shield and the black wings to defend with all his might, enveloping the 3 of them. Thump. Boom. All sorts of attacks landed on Lu Ming's shield and black wings, creating a loud boom. Lu Ming's body trembled as his qi and blood churned and blood seeped out of the corners of his mouth. Kill, kill, kill. Tian Shui roared madly while Xuanixin roared like a dragon. The 2 of them combined their strength and continued to charge forward. The 2's combat strength was indeed astonishing. No one could stop them unless they were at the half-saint level. A few of the Yudu sect's experts were blasted apart by Tian Shui's giant hammer, turning into poisonous gas and retreating. The 3 of them cooperated and charged in that direction. They were about to break out of the encirclement. Poison Ibis Law, go around. The half-saint of the Desire Poison sect was seething with poisonous gas. He shouted and pressed his hands in the air. Whoosh! Countless poisonous vines suddenly appeared in the air. Each poisonous vine was full of thorns. They covered the sky and covered the sun, shrouding Lu Ming and the other two. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed. This kind of poisonous ivy was formed from the law of poisonous ivy. It was filled with poison and was extremely tough. Tian Shui and Xue Ningxin's attacks landed on the poison ivy, but they were unable to break through it. The poison ivy surrounded the three of them from all directions and quickly closed up. Whoosh! The black wings enlarged and wrapped around the three of them, forming a round ball. In the next moment, the poison ibis law arrived, and wrapped around the round ball formed by black feather wing. Zzzzzzzzz. The poisonous vines wrapped around the black wings, making an ear-piercing sound, but the black wings were saint weapons, after all, and the poisonous vines couldn't break them. Even the lowest level bright saint weapon couldn't be broken by a half-saint expert. Only a saint realm expert could break a saint weapon by force. Humph. What's the point of hiding in your turtle shell? Let's see if your saint weapon can protect you in that tornado. The half-saint of the Yudu sect said coldly. He controlled the poisonous vine and it flew towards a tornado. When it approached one of the tornadoes, the half-saint of the Yudu sect threw out a palm and the poisonous vine that had wrapped around Lu Ming and the others flew directly into one of the tornadoes. Lu Ming. In the distance, Xian Yinqing roared and struggled madly. However, Mo Yang held him tightly and he could not move. Lu Ming, no matter how strong you are, you'll still die if you go against the Tianshan sect. Yu Xing laughed. And NBSP hoo-hoo. The tornado whistled through the air in a terrifying manner. It was slowly moving towards the depths of the heavenly wind plains. Those from the Heaven Deity sect and the Yudu sect watched from the outside for a while. Seeing that there was no movement, they left one after another. Mo Yang, let me go. Xian Yinqing roared. His beautiful eyes were filled with a trace of blood and cold killing intent. Junior sister, what are you doing? Lu Ming and the rest were sent into the tornado and they're dead for sure. They deserve this. Who asked them to offend the deity sect and the desire poison sect? Mo Yang laughed coldly, but his heart was filled with joy. Lu Ming was finally dead. Xian Yinqing should have given up by now. Mo Yang, let me go. Otherwise, I'll fight you to the death. At this moment, Xian Yinqing had actually calmed down. However, his body was filled with a bone-chilling killing intent, causing Mo Yang to feel a chill in his heart. Humph, bitch. Anyway, Lu Ming is already dead. In the future, I will definitely make you fall head over heels for me. Mo Yang gritted his teeth as he let go of Xian Yinqing. As soon as he let go of Xian Yinqing, Xian Nianking's demonic qi exploded and his cultivation recovered. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.